All right. Let me know if you can hear me on the mic. Mic check. 1, 2, mic check. All right, 5:45. We'll get started in a minute here. In a couple minutes, actually. We'll give everybody a chance to join. We got 2 streams running today. Let's see how the connection works, lag-wise. Let me know if the lag starts kicking in and causing a problem in the chat. All right, let's hit that like button. All right, cool. Keep me posted about the lag. I got 2 streams going. I'll kill a stream if I start lagging again, but I figured we'll give it a test. We're going to get started in a couple minutes here. Just give everybody a chance to join. In the meantime, let's hit that like button. Hit that thumbs up. We're going to try to get some more people into the stream. I'm already seeing one stream reporting as lagging. It looks like it's a vertical one. So maybe I'll kill the vertical one and just keep doing the widescreen one. Yeah, you know, I'll go for a little bit. We'll see how it goes. So I'm previewing it on my other devices here, and it looks like there's no lag. So it seems okay to me. But I guess keep me posted in the chat if there's any lag. We get started in a couple minutes here. Got some good scam awareness info coming up for you all tonight and this evening, this lovely Thursday evening. We do this live stream every week, usually on Thursdays at 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And our goal here at Scam Aware 101 is to spread awareness about scams so you can protect yourself, protect your loved ones from becoming a victim. We get started in about 2 minutes. 3 minutes, 2 minutes. Give everybody else a chance to join here. Say hi in the chat if you're here and watching. Let me know you're watching. I'm not really paying attention to the viewer count. Hey, Dave. Good to see you as always. Welcome, welcome. Get started in about 2 minutes here. Everybody else, you're watching. Let me know in the chat. Let me know you're here. Say hello. Hit that thumbs up. Give us a like. Let's see if we get some more people in this live stream. Hey, Dave, I think you said you might have ordered a cup, but I don't know. I haven't seen any orders come in. So let me know if you end up never getting it or if there's a problem or anything. Because I don't see it in the stats at all, and I don't know what that's about. So, if you didn't order, it's all good, but I'm just letting you know if, in case you haven't got it or anything yet. So I don't really see anything on my end, so you might want to double check and see if it went through. We get started in a minute or so here. If you're just joining us, say hi. Oh, that's awesome. Cool. Glad you got it. Weird. My stats don't even show it. Interesting. Well, very good. I'm glad you got it. All right, we'll get started in a minute here. What do you mean different name? What happened? Didn't come in with Scamware 101 on it? All right, you know it's 5:50, so we're gonna get started here. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our weekly live stream. I'm Jared with Scamware 101, and we do this live stream every week to spread awareness of common scams, and we share examples. We go over red flags to help you identify those common scams. And the whole idea is the more aware you are of these scams and what they're targeting you with, the better you'll be able to protect yourself and your loved ones, right? So scammers are always staying one step ahead. They always have a new way to try and trick you and try to get your money, and they want to take all of it. So scam awareness is important. It's extremely important. You're either aware or you're vulnerable, right? So we do this live stream every week. We share lots of examples of scams, email examples, text message examples, play some phone call recordings, snail mail scams. And yeah, we usually go for about 3 or 4 hours, depending on how busy the chat gets. So let me know you're here. Let me know you're watching. The more engagement I see, the more people are reacting and talking, the longer I'll keep going. If I don't think anybody's watching, I'll end the live stream. We usually go for about 3 hours. We go over 20 different types of scams, and we show you examples of each. And these are all active scams, currently circulating. Most of the examples that we share are within a year old, right? So they're fairly recent and circulating. So again, hit that thumbs up, give us a like, help us spread awareness. The more likes we get, the more subscribers we get, the more YouTube will show our content, and it'll help us spread awareness of these scams, right? Just trying to put something good out there. You can help by hitting that like button. And also, before we get started, you can join our free mailing list. It's on scamaware101.com. So head on over to scamaware101.com and hit join mailing list. We'll send you some scam awareness tips and reminders when we're going live. We won't abuse the privilege, I promise. And you can also follow us on your favorite social media platforms. We're on Facebook, Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky, X. And of course, you're on YouTube. Trying to get our Facebook followers up because we want to stream on there. So if you're on Facebook and you haven't followed us yet, head on over to facebook.com/scamaware101 and hit that follow button. Now, with that said, let's talk about some scams. If you've encountered any of these scams, let us know in the chat. I want to hear your stories. What scams are you seeing? What scams have your friends been getting fooled by? That's important to spread awareness. So, now let's get to it. Let's start with our first scam of the evening. Arrest warrant scams. So this is when a victim is contacted by a scammer impersonating law enforcement. The scammer claims an arrest warrant was issued and fines must be paid to resolve it. The scammer then threatens the victim with arrest if fines aren't paid immediately. Right? And these arrest warrant scams, they're extremely common. We're starting to hear more and more about them because it's scary. The scammers rely on fear. They want the victim to be afraid. They want them to be afraid and react without thinking, right? And thinking that you're going to get arrested, that could be a scary thing. So what happens is these scammers call, and something very important to remember about this is when the scammers call, they can make the caller ID show the sheriff's office's phone number, the local police department's phone number. They can manipulate the caller ID. Right? So just because the phone number displayed on caller ID might match the sheriff's office, that doesn't mean it is. It could be a scammer. And we know for a fact that in the case of these arrest warrant scams, they're doing that. They're manipulating the caller ID to show the sheriff's phone number or a law enforcement's phone number. And that's a tactic that scammers use to trick you. You know, if you take away anything from this live stream, let it be. Don't trust the caller ID, right? Because so many victims, they fall for these scams because they think they could trust the caller ID. And when someone calls up saying they're with the sheriff's office, sheriff's department, and your caller ID shows the sheriff's office's phone number, it could be believable to someone, but they shouldn't. They shouldn't trust the caller ID. So again, these arrest warrant scams, we're hearing a lot about them, and there's been a lot of warnings coming out of sheriff's office and local law enforcement because they don't like being impersonated, right? The police don't like being impersonated, so they're trying to spread awareness about this scam. So when someone calls you, if someone calls you, claiming that there's an arrest warrant, or there's going to be an arrest warrant, be skeptical. A lot of times they'll say you missed jury duty, and that's why there's going to be an arrest warrant. Sometimes that's referred to as a jury duty scam. So be aware of anybody calls claiming you're going to be arrested. If you do get a call like that, they might even offer to send you paperwork. Scammers are sending out fake arrest warrant paperwork. We know that. That's what the victims are reporting. So it's a very believable scam. But the main thing to remember is if you do get a call like this and you're concerned that it might be real, what you do is you ask what organization issued the warrant, then you hang up the phone and you call the organization directly, right? And we have to do that nowadays with any kind of unsolicited phone call. You're going to hear me say that over and over again on this live stream. When you get an unsolicited phone call, you got to hang up. You got to hang up and verify who called you. You can be polite about it. You can say, hey, I'm just going to make a couple calls and confirm a few things. You can be polite about it, but you can't trust someone just if it's an unsolicited phone call, especially if it involves money. They're trying to get you to pay fines to avoid being arrested. Things like that. You got to confirm it. You can't just trust a phone call that comes in about it. We did a video about these arrest warrant scams. They're on our YouTube channel. So make sure to subscribe if you don't subscribe yet. You can check out some of these scam videos later on. A lot of the scams that we're going to talk about this evening, we do have videos about. So the same examples, the same slides that we're going to be sharing tonight, a lot of them are already in videos on our YouTube channel. So if there's anything you want to review later or afterwards, go check it out and see if there's the videos on our YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe. So that's arrest warrant scam. Be aware of them. Don't just trust somebody calling up claiming that they're going to send deputies to arrest you, even though it's scary. They should have no problem with you hanging up and making a couple phone calls to confirm. That's an arrest warrant scam, otherwise known sometimes as a jury duty scam. They'll say that you missed jury duty, and that's why there's going to be an arrest warrant issued. If you're just joining us, welcome to the live stream. Say hello in the chat. Let us know you're here. We do these live streams every week. Our goal is to spread awareness about common scams. You can help us spread awareness by hitting that like button, hitting that thumbs up, subscribing, following us on social media. The more of a following we build, the more our content will be shown by the algorithm. So help us spread awareness and help our videos get more views by just clicking that like button, subscribing, saying hi in the chat. I want to hear your experiences. I'm sure a lot of these scams we're going to talk about this evening, you probably have encountered or been targeted by. If not, you should be aware of them because you will be. They're extremely active scams. They're all circulating now, and all the examples we're going to share are recent examples. So with that said, let's go on to our next scam here that we're going to talk about, and that's bank impersonation scams. This is when scammers impersonate the bank, usually claiming suspicious activity was detected under a victim's account. Victims are then tricked into withdrawing and transferring funds to the scammers impersonating their bank. The caller ID might even display the bank's phone number, even though it's a scammer. All right, got that caller ID thing. We know that the scammers are doing that with this scam too. They call you up, they say they're from the bank. Your caller ID shows the bank's phone number, so you think you could trust it, but you can't. You can't trust it. If anybody calls you claiming to be from your bank, they will understand if you say that you're going to hang up and you're going to call the bank directly. The banks are aware of these scams, though. They should have no issue with you hanging up and making a few phone calls to confirm, right? Because scammers, one of their biggest scams is impersonating banks. And they do this in various ways. They'll call up and they'll impersonate the bank. They'll send you a text message that looks like it's from the bank. And of course, you get those emails that look like they're from your bank, trying to trick you to go to fake websites. But let's take a look at an example of one of these bank impersonation scams. Here's a text message. Now, the story behind this text message, the person that provided it to me, they actually got a phone call right before receiving this text message. And the phone call displayed the TD Bank's phone number on the caller ID, right? So she didn't answer the call, but immediately after, she got a text message that's impersonating TD Bank. So there's multiple steps involved. These scammers are taking multiple steps to target you. First, they're going to try on the phone. Then they're sending text messages. They're pretty persistent. And a lot of it's probably automated too, right? You have to be aware of that. But right off the bat, one of the key things to remember is the phone call came in first, and it had the bank's number on caller ID, even though it wasn't the bank, even though it was a scammer, right? So we know that the scammers are calling people. We know they're manipulating what the caller ID shows, right? And they might already know what bank you use. Believe it or not, so much of our information is available out there that scammers might already know what bank you use, and they'll even know what bank to impersonate. So in this case, they may have even known that the person used TD Bank. That's why they knew to impersonate TD Bank. But let's talk about this text message more. Again, it came right after a missed phone call. And the text message has a few red flags that give away that it's not from the bank. Right, the first one is it comes from a real phone number. See how it's an actual phone number at the top, a full phone number? A 10-digit phone number. If this had been from the bank, it would have came from a short code phone number, one of those short 5-digit numbers. Right, so that was red flag number one. The other red flag was it doesn't indicate what account it's referencing. If this had been a real text message from your bank, it would have had something like the last 4 digits of the account or some kind of indicator which account it was referencing. All right. And then the third red flag with this text message is the capitalization is strange. Right? The C in card is capitalized, the T in transaction is capitalized, right? The N in not is capitalized. There's a strange capitalization in this text message, and that's always a red flag when that stands out. So again, this is a real example of a text message scam that's impersonating your bank. And what they're trying to do, they're trying to get you to reply. They're trying to get you to reply by saying a transaction was made under your account. You know how if you go out of state and you use your credit card, sometimes you'll get a notification that says, was that transaction really you? Well, that's what these scammers are trying to do. They're trying to impersonate that to make you think there was a transaction under your account. And the goal is to get you to reply, and then eventually they're going to try to get on a phone with you and tell you to transfer money. They're going to tell you, well, somebody got into your account and we need you to transfer your money. They're going to try to trick you. And if someone thinks it's their bank, someone thinks it's, they're going to trust it. But banks will never ask you to do that. So any phone calls, any text messages, any emails, that look like they're from your bank, be suspicious. Especially if they're claiming there's something wrong and asking you to do something. So those are bank impersonation scams. You definitely need to watch out for those. And they're especially dangerous. This scammer's goal is to get into your bank accounts. It's not just to take $100 from you. They're trying to get into your bank accounts and take everything you got. And they're going for it right off the bat by impersonating the bank. So be aware of that scam. It's around. It's happening. Again, that example is from a few months ago. So these are all active scams. They're currently circulating. How we all doing out there? Say hi in the chat. Let me know you're watching. I'm not really paying attention to the viewer count, so I don't know how many people are out there. I can only tell if you let me know in the chat or hit the reaction button. Don't forget to give us a like, hit that thumbs up. If you're joining from Facebook, you might have to open up in the YouTube app. Sometimes there's a button you could open up in the app and watch in there. It's a lot better than watching it through the Facebook browser if you're stuck in there. Or if you're not able to click like, that's probably why. But anyway, if you're just joining us, welcome to the live stream. I'm Jared with Scamware 101. And we do this live stream every week. Our goal is to spread awareness of common scams. So you can protect yourself, protect your loved ones from becoming a victim. We have lots of good videos on our YouTube channel. Have some videos with a whole bunch of scam email, phishing email examples for you to check out. And a lot of scams we're talking about this evening. We have videos for them on our YouTube channel. So make sure to subscribe if you don't subscribe yet. Hit that subscribe button, give us a like. Make sure to join our free mailing list on scamaware101.com. You can hit join mailing list. It's free. We'll send you some scam awareness updates. All good stuff. We got 2 live streams going tonight, a vertical one and a widescreen one. So we'll see if they hold up. Let me know in the chat if it starts lagging. But so far, so good. Next scam we're going to talk about is tech support scams. This is a big one. You hear a lot of horror stories about these tech support scams, and a lot of times older folks fall for this scam. So you hear these horror stories about it, someone losing their retirement money, all to these tech support scammers. So this is an important one to be aware of, especially if you're older, or make sure your older loved ones are aware of it. But a tech support scam is basically when victims receive a fake virus alert on their device and are tricked into calling a fake tech support phone number. Sometimes these scammers, they'll call up a victim and they'll claim they're from Microsoft and they detected a virus. So you can't trust the unsolicited phone calls claiming that they're tech support. But more commonly, it's these fake virus alerts that pop up on users' devices, and it tricks people into thinking they have a virus, and it says to call this tech support number. But what happens is the victim calls that number thinking they're calling tech support, but it's actually a scammer. It connects them to a scam call center. The scammer impersonates tech support. They ask for access to the computer to help with that fake virus, but then they steal all the victim's personal and financial information. It's pretty sneaky. And a lot of times that scam, it all starts off with just a fake virus alert. And everybody's vulnerable to this type of scam. It doesn't matter what type of device you're on. If you're browsing the internet, you can come across some of these fake virus pop-ups, whether you're on a Mac, a Windows machine, you're on your iPhone, you're on your desktop. If you're browsing the internet, you get one of these fake pop-ups that lead to a tech support scam. I'll show you a few examples of these fake pop-ups. By the way, we did a video about this scam, and all the examples I'm going to share with you, they're in that video if you want to share it with someone later. But we're going to start with a couple generic examples, some more obvious examples of fake virus alerts. But just to give you an idea what we're talking about, you're browsing the internet, mind your own business, and then boom, this thing pops up. Warning, 5 viruses detected. Big red letters, all scary. Our latest scan has detected 5 viruses and tracking cookies that may steal your personal info. Or call us immediately at, and it's got a phone number to call. But that's a scam. If you call that phone number, you're going to be connected to a scammer. All right? And a lot of times these fake virus alerts, they'll put all these scary things that are going to happen: system crashing, file deletion, theft of personal data, Wi-Fi loss, infections on your other devices. Right? All scary stuff. So remember how we mentioned earlier, scammers thrive on fear. They want to scare you so you react quickly. And this is just another example of that. Oh my God, I have a virus. I better call that number. Right? But no, you shouldn't call that number. It's a scam. And that's also one of the red flags about these fake virus alerts. If it has a phone number, if it says to call a phone number, it's not a real virus alert. It's fake. Here's another example of kind of a generic fake virus alert you might get. Warning, check your computer now. Data exposed to risk. Your credit card details, your email passwords, your Facebook, private photos. You call this number immediately. Right, but if you call that number, it's a scammer. I'll show you another example, a generic example here, and I'll show you some more convincing ones. Warning, your computer may be infected. Right, notice the theme here, big scary red letters, your computer's infected. To remove viruses, call tech support now. Call that number, it's going to connect to a scammer. Because remember, there's call centers full of scammers. This is what they do. They wait for innocent victims to call. Yeah, we got John mentioning in the chat about the tech support scam. It says the funniest thing about that scam is when I was working for tech support and someone would call in about it and you would hear it loud as hell in the background saying, "You have a virus, call now." Right. Yep, a lot of times. So what these fake virus pop-ups are is they're just web pages. And in this more realistic looking example here that impersonates McAfee, you could tell at the top it's actually popping up from a website. So it's just a website pop-up. It's a fake web page that was designed to look like a virus alert. And sometimes you'd get these in tech support, and it actually has a sound playing on loop. It says, "You have a virus, call now. You have a virus, call now." It's just on loop until you call or turn off your computer. That one was annoying. But yeah, so this is an example of a fake virus alert that impersonates McAfee. It looks much more realistic. And someone could fall for this, especially if they know they have McAfee on their computer, and then they get this fake pop-up that looks like McAfee. Your PC is infected with viruses. Call McAfee helpline. Right? But if you call, you'll be connected to a scammer. If it has a phone number to call, that's the big giveaway. Here's another one. This one impersonates Norton by Symantec. Threats detected. Call support. There's the fake number to call. It actually connects you to a scammer. System hard drive may fail. Do not close the page until your issue is resolved. And there's some spelling errors in this example. They put 2 L's at the end of until. Right, so, and the capitalization is off. So there's like definitely indicators that this isn't real. But the idea is to scare somebody. And if somebody thinks they have a virus, they're not paying attention to capitalization and things like that. They're worried they got a virus. But they call that number, they'll be connected to a scammer. A scammer impersonates Norton and then tries to get onto their device. And these are all examples of tech support scams. The idea is they trick you into calling a fake tech support number. Here's one that impersonates Windows Defender. Right, it's got Microsoft logo, the colors. Security warning. Access to this PC has been blocked for security reasons. Just contact Windows support. But it's a scam. You call that number, it's not Windows, it's a scammer. Here's another one that impersonates Windows Defender. Right, there's the Microsoft logo again. They got all the colors there, the Windows Defender logo. Access to PC has been blocked. Contact Windows support. But it's a scam. So those are all examples of these fake virus alert pop-ups. They're all part of a tech support scam. The goal is to trick you into calling a fake tech support number. And let me know if you ever got these pop-ups. You're watching. Let me know in the chat. I want to hear from you. I've seen these all the time. And we mentioned earlier about these tech support scams that everybody's vulnerable to them. It doesn't matter what type of device you're on. You could be on your iPhone and get one of these fake pop-ups. Right? As long as you're browsing the internet, you can get them. And just to stay consistent with that, here's one that targets Safari users. You know, the Mac Safari browser. Big scary letters, virus found. Your Mac computer has 13 infections. Apple firewall warning. Your computer has a serious virus. If you see this message, you should call Apple support at, but that's not really Apple support's phone number. It's going to take you to it's going to connect it to a scammer. We've got 2 more examples to show you these fake virus alerts that try to trick you into calling a fake tech support number. Warning, macOS is infected with viruses and other malicious applications. Viruses must be removed and system damage repaired. It is necessary to call Apple support. And it's got a number to call, but it's not Apple support. You call that number, it'll be a scammer. It's got the Apple logo here, Apple Care, please call Apple support. Right? It's pretty convincing, but it's a fake virus alert, fake pop-up. A real virus alert doesn't have a phone number to call. The last example of these fake virus alerts, just another Apple, that targets Mac. macOS is infected with spyware and other malicious applications. It's got the Apple logo. Please call Apple support. It looks like it has a counter, like counting down how important it is. So they're trying to get the user to act quickly and not think it out. You know, at the end of the day, everybody should have their computer person, right? Their computer tech support go-to, whether it's your local computer shop, the tech support at your work, a family member that's good with computers, right? But everybody should have they should know somebody to go to for help when something with their computer happens. And in the case of these tech support scams, if you do get one of these fake pop-ups telling you to call a number, right, it shouldn't even cross your mind to call that number. If you're concerned that it's real, what you should do is call your computer person. Call the person that works on your computer. Take a picture of the pop-up and call them, right? But don't call a number on the screen because you'll be connected to a scammer. You should only let trusted people work on your computers and devices. You have to be careful about letting strangers onto your computer, especially when you don't know if they're a scam or not. So that's tech support scams. Extremely common. Again, a lot of older folks fall for these scams. These tech support scams, they usually start off with a fake virus alert, but there have been cases where there'll be a phone call that claims to be, "Hi, I'm calling from Microsoft, and we detected you have a virus." So there have been situations where these tech support scammers reach out over the phone too. But usually the goal is to trick victims into calling the number. So watch out for these tech support scams, extremely common. Let me know in the chat if you've seen these pop-ups, if you've gotten these pop-ups before, these fake tech support scams. Lots of horror stories about victims falling for this. The scammers that do these tech support scams, they try to get onto your computer, and once they're on, they try to clear out every bank account you have. Right? They want to take all your money. They're not just going to stop with one. They're going to go until there's nothing left or until you realize you're being scammed. Let me know in the chat if you're watching. It's the only way I know here. I could be talking to myself. I can't tell. I know we got Dave there. I know we got John there. And hit that thumbs up if you haven't yet. Give us a like. Help us spread awareness about these scams. We release these scam awareness videos. We try to release content on our social media pages like Facebook. And we do this weekly live stream also, just to help spread awareness of scams. Not really selling anything right now. I mean, we have some cups and things like that you can buy. Which, thank you to Dave for buying one of those. Appreciate it. But other than that, we're just spreading awareness, trying to get the word out there about these scams. If you want, you can scan that QR code on the screen and donate. We'll gladly take donations to help support our mission over here. And you go to scamaware101.com/donate as well. And you can also hit that super thanks button on the YouTube video. We'll take those as well. We appreciate that. If you're going to pick one or the other, scan the code, because YouTube takes like 30% of those super thanks. So if you scan the code, less gets taken. That goes to our Stripe account. But anyway, even if you can't help out financially, that's fine. Just hit that thumbs up and give us a like. We need subscribers. We need likes. And our goal is to really spread awareness about this stuff. Putting something good out there. Next scam we're going to talk about. It's probably one of the most common scams right now. Is these road toll scams. These fake road toll scam text messages. Every week somebody reports a new version of these road toll scams to me. There's so many different variations out there now. We did a video on this like a year ago when it first came out. We were like ahead of the curve as far as getting the word out about this one. And it picked up a lot since then. It started being adapted. The scammers were using AI, generating different text, and it's got pretty wild. Everybody's getting these fake road toll scam text messages. So basically what's happening is scammers impersonate road toll services like EasyPass, SunPass, Fast Track, and claim that an unpaid toll is due. Victims are usually contacted by text message or email containing a link to pay. However, the link opens a fake website designed to steal any personal or financial information entered by the victim. There never was an unpaid toll due, right? And a lot of people are getting these text messages. And the feedback I get from people is interesting. A lot of times they'll say, well, how did the scammers know that I was in Florida this week? Or how did they know I was in Massachusetts this week, right? And they didn't. It's just they're sending out these text messages to so many people that some of them are bound to have been in those states, right? So it may seem like, wow, this is legit. I really was in Florida, No, there's so many of these text messages going out. There's so many of these fake road toll scam text messages that it's just a matter of coincidence and numbers that some people would be to the state that these text messages are impersonating. Also, these tend to pick up during the holidays when people are traveling for the holidays. We got 4th of July coming up in a week or two, right? So this one's probably going to pick up more around that time. People are traveling and they have a long weekend. So we see more of these road toll scams that pick up. And the thing about these road toll scams is they're impersonating so many agencies at this point. Sun Pass, Peach Pass, Quick Pass, Good to Go, Easy Pass, North Texas Tollway, Drive Easy Maryland, Fast Track, a whole bunch that aren't even listed here. There's Easy Drive Massachusetts. They're impersonating the DMV now. So you'll get a text message that looks like it's from SunPass or claims to be from the DMV, but it's a scam. Let me show you some examples of these text messages. There's so many different variations, but here's one example. Sometimes they come from phone numbers outside the U.S. Sometimes they come from phone numbers inside the U.S. In this case, it came from a phone number outside the U.S. Was it +63? So I think that's the Philippines. But in this text message, there's an example of a fake road toll scam. It says, the toll roads notice of toll evasion. You have an unpaid toll bill on your account. To avoid late fees, pay within 12 hours, or the late fees will be increased and reported to the DMV. And it has a link to a fake website here. Something to notice about this text message. Notice how this has an instruction at the bottom. It says, please reply yes, then exit and reopen the text message. Right, and we're going to see that instruction on a lot of these scam examples. It's common for scammers to include that on a scam text message. So that's a big red flag. Right? If you see someone that says, please reply yes and exit, reopen a text, it's a red flag. Be suspicious. Don't reply. But yeah, this is one example of a fake unpaid road toll scam text message. But again, there's so many variations of this. Here's another example. Pay your fast track lane tolls by January 24th, 2025. To avoid a fine and keep your license, you can pay at, and then it's got a link there. It's a fake website that's going to steal whatever you enter, any financial details you enter. And there's that instruction again, right? Please reply yes and exit the text message. If you see that, it's a red flag. Another example, these fake road toll scams. This one came from +23. I forget where that one's at, but it's outside the U.S. But this one says, final warning. Unpaid tolls, failure to pay, $3.99 may result in further penalties. Deadline, March 12th, 2025. It's got the link to the fake website. Thanks for your cooperation. But it's a scam. If you click that link or go to that website, they're going to steal any financial information you enter. They're going to steal any credit cards you enter, any bank account details you enter. They're going to do a lot worse than charge you $3.99. Here's another one. Please pay your toll in Florida by January 22nd, 2025. In order to avoid excessive late fees and potential legal action on statements, please pay the tolls in time. Thank you for your cooperation and wish you a pleasant holiday. It's got the link to the fake website and then the reply yes and exit instruction. Show you another one here. Easy Drive, Massachusetts. Reminder, your bill for $6.99 is due soon. Please visit. It's got the link to the fake website to pay and avoid additional fees. There's that instruction at the end. It's always the red flag. Please reply yes and reopen. This one came from the Philippines. +63. So you can see there's so many different variations of these unpaid toll text messages going out. And that was just a fraction. And let me show you one other example. This one came in with a file attached. It's just a text message. It came in with a file attached. But if you open up the attached PDF file, which, by the way, you should never open attachments that you didn't request or know you were receiving. But if you had received that text message and opened the attachment, there's a fake document here claiming you owe a toll. So they're sending out text messages. They're sending out text messages with attachments. They're trying all different techniques to trick you into paying a toll that didn't exist. And just to give you an idea of what might happen if you had clicked pay now, it could take you to a fake website that looks like this. And this website impersonates Washington State, good to go. It says pay an invoice or violation. But it's a fake website. Now, scammers can make pretty convincing fake websites, right? They have the good to go colors and the logo there. Washington State Department of Transportation. They make it look realistic. If you click pay, it takes you to this fake page and asks you for your credit card details. But anything you enter, the scammer gets. So be aware of that. Again, these are fake road toll scams. They're going to try to scare you. Some of these text messages, they claim they're going to suspend your license. They claim to be from the DMV. They get creative. Let me know in the chat if you've gotten these road toll text messages. I know I have. And every week people report them to me. So they're extremely common scam right now. If you're just joining, say hi in the chat. I'm Jared with Scamware 101. We do this live stream every week. The mission is to spread awareness of scams. Now, we're building out our website here, trying to build out a knowledge base for you, include a portal to access educational resources. We have tools and software to help avoid scams here. And you can join our free mailing list too. Scamware101.com. We'll send you out reminders about when we're doing live streams and let you know when we post new videos. That's the best way to keep up to date and current with what we got going on. So join our free mailing list on Scamware101.com. You can also follow us on your favorite social media. We're on Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky. We need more Facebook followers, so if you haven't followed us yet, help us out. Go to facebook.com/scamaware101 and hit follow. If you can't find us, we have links to each of our social media pages right here on scamaware101.com, right here on our homepage. So check it out. Follow us on social media. Join our free mailing list. Make sure to subscribe to our YouTube here. And stay aware, right? And that's the whole point of all this. On this live stream, we cover about 20 different types of scams. There are about 5 deep so far. Dave's asking, how long have you been doing Scamware 101? Since October last year, I officially created the YouTube channel and decided I wanted to start doing something. I just kind of got fed up with reading all about these horror stories of these scammers taking everybody's money and always hearing about people I know or friends of friends getting scammed. And so I started up in October. You know, and the thing is, there's a lot of business resources. I've been in IT and cybersecurity for like 25 years now. It's been my whole career, and there's a lot of resources for businesses when it comes to scams. And these days, there's a lot of employee training for companies, and to get insurance, sometimes that requires employee training. So there's a lot of resources out there for like companies and businesses and employee training, those types of scams. But there's not a lot of resources out for individuals, right? For the type of scams, you know, like these fake road toll scams. You know, we're gonna go over like grandparent scams, right? There's not a lot of resources for individuals about scam awareness. Not, at least not like there is for businesses and companies. And the individuals, I mean, we're all the most that are under threat. You know, these companies, they get breached, our information gets stolen, you know, and then whatever, the company uses their cybersecurity to get back in business, but our data is already out there. Scammers have our information, and now we're going to be dealing with that for the rest of our life, you know? So I wanted to do something for individuals, try to get more awareness out there about scams that target the everyday person. You know, spread awareness. You know, stop scamming grandma, you know? And yes, I kind of started a YouTube channel in October, threw a few videos up there. Put up this website. It's not my best work. I designed websites for a while, so I just kind of put something up there real quick just to get a website up. But yeah, it's October. So we started during Cybersecurity Month, Cybersecurity Awareness Month, which was October. Figured it was a good time. Thanks for asking, though. Next scam we're going to talk about here. Wrong number scams. This is when scammers reach new victims by sending text messages to random phone numbers. When someone replies wrong number, the scammer attempts to continue the conversation and build a trust with the victim. As trust is gained, this type of scam evolves into a romance or pig butchering scam that ultimately steals money from the trusting victim. Right? And these wrong number scams, if you've ever wondered why you get so many wrong number text messages and strange random text messages that don't make sense or from people you don't know, is because it's a scam. For example, John just says in the chat, he got one last night that says, hey, can I call you? It comes from an unknown phone number. And the idea is they want the victim to reply back saying, who is this? Or you have a wrong number. And once that happens, they try to continue the conversation. And it works. Believe it or not, it works. And we have some examples to show you here of these wrong number scams. And really, the best thing you do is when you get one of these wrong number text messages, even if you're not sure if it's a scam or not, don't even reply. 99% of the time it's going to be a scam. And even if it's not, if it's really somebody with the wrong number, they'll figure it out. Like, it's not worth replying, letting these scammers know that you're actually reading and replying to the text messages. They'll target you with more scams then, and it's just better to ignore them completely, especially the ones you know are a scam. Just report them as junk, delete them. But don't engage with the scammer. If they know that the more engagement there is, the more they're going to try to scam you. You don't even want them to know that you read the text, But let me show you some examples of these wrong number scam text messages. And the thing that's tricky about these wrong number scams, they could start with any random opening text message. They could start with, excuse me, is this Emma? Or, hey Anna, I'm Josie. Or hi. It could just be hi. Right? Because then a person can reply back and say, who is this? And that's the goal of the scam. They want to get a reply. So this type of scam can start with just any kind of random text message. And here's an example of a little bit more of the conversation. What's going to happen is if you reply, they're going to try to get more details about you. They're going to ask where you're located. They're going to ask your age, right? They're going to ask your name. And then once they have this information, they're going to determine what type of scam to use. And eventually they're going to try to get you over to WhatsApp because they don't want to keep on texting. Eventually they're going to try to get you onto WhatsApp or a third-party chat app to keep talking. But in this example of a wrong number scam, I just started off with, I'm Margaret. Are you Lillian? Right? And the person replies back, I'm Izzy. And the scammer replies, I'm really sorry. I think I made a mistake between your number and Lillian's number. When saving the number, I hope I didn't disturb your good day. Right? And then the victim replies back, that's okay. At this point, it should just stop. There shouldn't even be any more communication. It's been established it's a wrong number. All right, and that's it. But because it's a scam, the scammer's going to reply. They're going to try conversation to keep going. Thank you for your understanding and patience. You're a kind person. I hope you have a good day today. I'm 36 years old. Would you mind telling me your age? Right? So there's when they start asking and prying about the person. Right? In this case, they asked their age. If the conversation went on, they would eventually ask location and name. All right. Here's another example of wrong number scam. Random text message comes in. Have a cup of coffee together sometime. All right. The person replies back, who is this? Scammer says something about, thought it was her friend Lauren. Right, the victim replies back, yeah, wrong number. At that point, conversation should end. It's been established, the wrong phone number. There's no reason to keep talking. But because of the wrong number scam, scammer's going to reply back. I'm sorry. I thought this was Laura's number. I think I dialed the wrong number or area code. I hope I'm not bothering you. All right. And the person replies back, nah, you're good. Have a great day. But the scammer keeps on replying. Thank you for your kindness, my situation. I just realized I entered the wrong area code. Where are you from? All right. So the scammer's going to start talking. They're going to start asking information about the person. They're going to try to figure out what scam to use. Right. So you should never reply to these types of wrong numbers, text messages. I'm going to show you a couple more another example here. All right, here's an example. It just starts with hi. All right, reply back, hi, who is this? All right, because that's what they want you to do. It says you don't even want to reply back, but in this case, we did use that as an example here. Reply back, hi, who is this? Scammer says, I'm Karina. Are you David? We met last week at Linda's party, and you picked this number for me. Person replies back, hi, sorry, you have the wrong number. All right. Oh my gosh, I checked and found out I entered the wrong area code. I hope this doesn't bother you. At this point, the conversation should be ending here. That's okay, no problem. All right, the conversation should be over, but it's a wrong number scam. They're going to keep the conversation going. They're going to try to get information about you. All right. That's okay, no problem. Right? The scam replies back, thank you very much. You are a very friendly and polite person. I hope we could be friends. Nice to meet you. My name is Karina. What could I call you? All right, so we reply back Pat, because that could be a guy or girl. Right? We mess with them. All right, and then they reply back, you have a beautiful name. I'm from Malaysia and currently living in Los Angeles. Where do you live? Right? So now they're asking where do you live. So we saw an example where they asked where you live. We saw an example where they ask your age. We saw an example where they ask your name. Right? This is how these wrong number scams work. They try to rope you into a conversation. They try to take advantage of, maybe your kindness or loneliness. Right? And they try to rope you into a conversation. And as they learn things about you, they determine the best scam to use. Got one more example to share with you here. And by the way, these wrong number scams, it's actually our most popular video. We have over 99,000 views on a wrong number scam video. So hopefully we'll be hitting 100,000 soon, which will be awesome, 100K views. But yeah, so all the examples I'm sharing about these wrong numbers, they're in that video as well. So check out that video. And in this last example of a wrong number scam, look, they'll include a picture with it. You'll get a random message, hi Byron, I'm Jane. Right? It's got a random picture of someone, trying to get some responses. Right? In this case, this was one that was sent to me. And I ignored it. It came in at 1:58 p.m. I knew it was a scam. I didn't reply or anything. And then 4 hours later, 4 hours on the dot, 5:58 p.m., they sent a follow-up. It says, have you gotten the pictures I sent? All right. So this is an example of, there's a bot behind this, right? It's not somebody sitting there just texting everybody there's a bot behind this. It's programmed. It sends out this text message. If it doesn't get a reply, 4 hours later, it sends out this follow-up message, right? And eventually it'll be a real scammer. But as far as trying to pull new victims in, it's a bot at first. It's all automated. It's sending hundreds of thousands of text messages out to people, all right? And it's a bot. So that's why awareness is key. Eventually, your number's going to get hit. Right? There's hundreds and thousands of these text messages going out a day. There's hundreds of thousands of these robocalls happening every day. Eventually, your number will get hit. Everybody's a target. If you have a phone number, you're a target, right? So scam awareness is super important. And again, this is just another example of these wrong number scams. They try to get you to reply, and they try all these different techniques, whether it's including a picture or claiming they got your number at a party, whatever the case. So, report as junk, delete, and don't engage when it comes to these wrong number scams. You never want to engage with the scam. You don't even want them knowing that you received the text message. Yeah. So that's a wrong number scam. I get them all the time. We see some people reporting in the chat. They get them too. In the video we did about the wrong number scam, that picture I just had up. Let me back up for a second. So I mentioned on our wrong number scam video, we got 99,000 views on that video, and obviously a lot of comments. We get that many views, there's a lot of comments too, and multiple people, they confirmed that they got this exact same text message with the exact same picture. All right, so the same message is just going out to hundreds and thousands of people. And it's a numbers game. The scammers know that some of those people have hundreds of thousands. Some of them will reply. Some of them will eventually fall for the scam. So that's a wrong number scam. Don't interact. Don't engage. Be aware. Perfect. Right on track. You're going into our second hour here. Just wrapping up our first hour. Let me know in the chat if you're watching. The only way I know if people are here as if they're engaging and talking, not really paying attention to the viewer count. So give us a like, give us some reactions by clicking that heart. If you don't subscribe yet, subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're trying to release new videos, but we do these weekly live streams also to spread awareness of these scams. And you can help us spread awareness by just clicking that like button. The more likes we get, the more subscribers we get, the more our content will be shown. So that's how easy it is for you to help us spread awareness, just by clicking that like button, following us on social media. We're on Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky. So if you're using any of those, follow us on all of them. The more followers we get on each of those platforms, the better. We're most active on Facebook. We're trying to get this live stream on Facebook too, so we need a few more followers. Last time I checked, we needed 15 more followers on Facebook. So if you haven't followed us on there yet, help us hit our goals so we could have this live stream on Facebook as well. Right now we're just limited to YouTube. It's facebook.com/scamaware101. And if you're just joining us, my name is Jared. I'm a Scamaware101. We do this live stream every week. Our goal is to spread awareness of scams. Because it's a problem. There's lots of scams out there. And once they get your money, very rarely is it recoverable. So awareness is key. Being able to spot these scams before you lose any money, before it's too late, that's really the only way you can guarantee you're going to protect your money. Because once you send it to a scammer, once it's gone, not much you can do at that point. So we just went over about 5 scams so far in the first hour here. And we're going to go into some common red flags next, and then we have plenty more scams coming up this evening. We usually go for another 2 hours at least, so we got a lot more common scams coming up and examples to share. Again, if you're just joining, say hi in the chat, hit that thumbs up. We got 2 live streams going right now. We got a vertical one and a widescreen one. So there's 2 different chats, but I am monitoring both. I have no idea how many people are in each stream though, so make sure to say hi and let me know you're watching. All right, so let's talk about some red flags. So you hear about these victims' stories. You know, the victims of these scammers who've lost everything. And, a lot of times they're embarrassed to come forward and share their stories. And, who could blame them? A lot of people, they're not too great to victims. They call them stupid. How do you fall for that? They don't. But anybody can fall for a scam. Really, anybody can. These scammers are clever. And, you might be running on low sleep one day and, oops, you clicked a bad link. You know what I mean? Like, anybody could fall for a scam. So I commend and I'm grateful for victims that come forward and they share their stories, because we hear their stories and we can identify common threads or these common red flags that pop up when you're dealing with a scammer. And you know what? Before I continue into this, I was going to try to make it through this before the coffee break. Usually I do a coffee break after the red flags, but I'm all out of coffee. And to be honest, I'm not going to be able to make it. I need something to drink while I'm going through these red flags. So I think I'm actually, before we go into these red flags, I'm going to take a quick coffee break, fill up my coffee cup here. I don't know if you just heard my Jersey accent when I said coffee. Yeah, so before we get started on these red flags, I'm going to go fill up this coffee cup real quick. Just take a quick 5 minutes. And then we're going to go into these red flags here. So lots of good stuff coming up. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We're going to go over a lot more scams, a lot more red flags. Got 2 more hours jam-packed with extremely useful scam awareness tips and important things to be aware of. So stick around for the next 5 minutes. Go fill up your own coffee cup. You could get a Scamaware 101 travel mug from our YouTube channel, by the way. So get one of those if you want. And we're going to be back momentarily in 5 minutes. And talk to you in a minute. How we all doing out there? Give me a thumbs up. Some reactions. Say hello in the chat if you're just joining. We're going to go over some red flags. 5 red flags to be exact. There's many more. I have a video coming up soon. A second video with 5 more red flags to be aware of. But the red flags we're about ready to talk about. We have a video that covers these. All the slides we're going to go over in that video. So later on, you go find that video, share it with a loved one. This where they are aware of these red flags. And going back to what we were talking about before the break, these red flags are common threads that we hear in victims' stories, right? Where if they had been aware of these red flags or noticed these common threads when it comes to scammers, it might have been enough to stop, to avoid becoming a victim, right? To avoid the scam. So we're going to talk about these red flags, and they indicate that you're dealing with a scammer. You know, if these red flags pop up in any interaction you're having, it's time to pause and rethink what's going on, reanalyze what's going on. Right? So let's talk about red flag number 1. They direct you to a third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation. Right? And we see this a lot. Scammers love using third-party chat apps instead of text messaging and emailing. Right? They prefer to use third-party chat apps because it's easier to communicate with victims in other countries. Also, they offer more anonymity to the scammer to hide behind. Right? And that's always a red flag when they try to direct you to a third-party chat app to talk. And some examples where this is part of the playbook, there's some scam examples where it's part of the playbook, will be romance scams. Right? These scammers, they create fake dating profiles to lure in new victims, and then they'll direct the potential victim to keep talking on WhatsApp. Right? So that should be a red flag if you're messaging someone on a dating site and they're trying to direct you to WhatsApp. Wrong number scams. Right? We just talked about that, and that's when it starts with a text message probing for victims. Right? They send that random message to you, and then to continue the conversation, they're going to direct you to WhatsApp. All right. So we just talked about how you get one of these wrong numbers. It's a scam. They apologize for being a wrong number, but then they try to get information about you. Right. We just talked about that. Right. But then the next step is they're going to try to direct you to WhatsApp or Telegram to continue the conversation. So that's a big red flag. Now we want you to spot these wrong number scams before it even gets to that point. But if it gets to that point where you're interacting with a scammer, these are some red flags that you need to be aware of. You need to stop if these pop up. Investment scams. They'll direct the victim to a Telegram or WhatsApp group to pump up an investment or appear more legit. Look, and they can have bots in that group and all sorts of fake AI in those groups. So there's always a red flag that you're dealing with a scammer. If someone you're talking to they're trying to direct you to keep talking on WhatsApp or Telegram. Reanalyze that situation. By the way, as we talk about these red flags, let me know in the chat if you encounter them. And tell me about other red flags you might encounter too. Yeah, I'll include them in my next video. So red flag number 2 that you're interacting with a scammer. They request payment in gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or depositing cash at a Bitcoin ATM. Basically, it's unusual forms of payment. Right? They're asking for gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency. They love unusual forms of payment because it's easier to move and transfer the funds quickly. It's easy for them to you take a picture of the gift card numbers and they withdraw the funds. Right? Cryptocurrency, once it's sent, it's harder for victims to recover those forms of payment. So scammers love these unusual forms of payment. They move quickly, they transfer quickly. It's harder for victims to get them back. So it's always a red flag if you're any mention of purchasing gift cards. Major red flag, purchasing gift cards. We're going to hear a lot about that as we go over some more victims' stories this evening. But purchasing gift cards, huge red flag, right? Cryptocurrency. If they even mention depositing cash at a Bitcoin ATM, right? Because that's the thing now. There's Bitcoin ATMs at like gas stations and convenience stores, right? So if someone's directing you to go deposit money at a Bitcoin ATM, that's a big red flag. You need to stop, reanalyze what's going on. Some examples where that's part of the scam playbook here is IRS and Social Security scams. Scammers impersonate government agencies like the IRS, Social Security, and ask for payment in gift cards or cryptocurrency. 100% a scam, right? The government agencies, they don't take gift cards. And when I say gift cards, I mean like Target gift cards or Apple gift cards, right? They don't take retailer gift cards as payment. And cryptocurrency, they don't take cryptocurrency as payment either. They might in the future, but as of right now, government agencies do not accept cryptocurrency as payment. So if any of those mentions of, if any phone calls claiming to be an agency, like the IRS, Social Security, or any government agency, and they're claiming that you need to send them gift cards or cryptocurrency, it's a scam. 100%, it's a scam. Romance scams, again, right? Scammers will often request gift cards and cryptocurrency from their emotionally attached victim. It's convenient because the victim thinks, oh, I'm just sending gifts to my significant other, right? But they're also sending them a scammer gift card that they can never get back, right? Once it's sent, the scammer has it. And then they'll also, with these romance scams, they'll have the victim deposit money into a cryptocurrency account, right? And the victim doesn't realize, the victim thinks that they could withdraw too, but they can't, right? So they think that they're depositing money into a shared account with cryptocurrency, but they actually don't have access to it. So a scammer gets to keep everything that's in that account. At least in romance scams, that's one of the tactics they use. They'll set up a cryptocurrency account, and they tell their victim, hey, deposit money. It's a shared account, and deposit cryptocurrency in there. Yeah. We'll use it to get a house together in the future, but it's all part of a scam. Bank impersonation scams. We talked a little bit about this earlier. That's the second scam we talked about earlier today, right? You got to watch out for these bank impersonation scams. They go for everything. These banks call up, they impersonate the bank, they say there's an issue with your account, and then what they do is they try to trick you into moving the money out of your account and transferring it to them. And a lot of times they'll tell you to purchase gift cards, right? Sometimes they'll tell you to go deposit it at a Bitcoin ATM, right? So those are all red flags. If someone's telling you to purchase gift cards, deposit money at Bitcoin ATM, it's important to be aware that those are things that scammers do, right? So there's nothing wrong with stopping and reanalyzing the situation. They're red flags. Most places aren't going to request you to pay in gift cards and cryptocurrency. It's strange. It's unusual, and it should set off some alarms in your head. So that's red flag number 2. The scammer requests payment in gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or depositing cash at a Bitcoin ATM. Let me know in the chat that you're watching. Hit that heart. Haven't hit that like button yet? Give us a thumbs up. Hit that like button. It'll help us spread awareness about these scams. Red flag number 3, you're dealing with a scammer. They ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone by text message. Right? So this type of scam is common on marketplace type websites like Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist. And basically what happens is somebody impersonates a buyer or a seller, and usually they'll say, I just want to confirm your phone number or confirm that you are who you say you are. I'm going to send a code to your phone, right? But it's a scam. Right? It's a big red flag if somebody's saying they're going to send a code to your phone. They might be trying to open an account attached to your phone number. They might be trying to log into an account attached to your phone number. They might be trying to reset a password attached to your phone number, right? So it's a big red flag when somebody's telling you, oh, I'm just going to send a code to your phone. Reply back with what it is. Right. Some examples where that's part of the playbook. We'll dive into that a little bit more, right? Somebody sends a code to your phone, says, oh, I'm just trying to confirm your identity or confirm your phone number, right? But they might actually be trying to log into your account. If you provide the code back to them, you're allowing them to log into your account, right? They're trying to log into your account. You got that code as a security measure, right? But if you give somebody that code, then there's nothing much you could do. Then they're in. Password reset requests, right? The scammer might be trying to reset a password that's attached to one of your accounts, and you're getting a message at the phone to confirm it, right? If you give that scammer that code, you're allowing them to change your password and get access to your stuff. And then there's Google Voice scams. Providing the code allows your phone number to be linked to a fraudulent Google Voice account. Scammers like to create Google Voice accounts to use in other scams, right? And the way it works is they could attach a phone number to the account. They want it attached to somebody's phone number. And in this case, if you provide the code back, you allow them to use your phone number for your Google Voice account, and then they'll be out there scamming, looking like it's you. So that's red flag number 3. You should never provide a code that was sent to your phone by someone claiming they're going to send a code to your phone. Right? It's one thing, you're logging into your bank and you're getting codes, it's one thing. But if an individual is asking you to reply back with a code, it's a red flag. Right? Because they're probably trying to do something to one of your accounts and they need that code. So, red flag number 3. Don't provide that code. How we doing out there? Hit that thumbs up if you're here. Let me know you're watching the chat. I have no idea how many viewers there are. Looks like the lag is good on both streams so far, though. The real test will be when I play some videos shortly. Like when we get to the grandparent scam video, that's going to come up soon. If you're just joining us, we're going over some common red flags that indicate you're dealing with a scammer. Red flag number 4. They ask to connect your PC to assist or investigate an issue. So this is extremely common, and there's a lot more scams now where they're trying to get onto your device or your PC. And why would a scammer want to get onto your PC? Because it's like a gold mine to them. They could get onto your PC and they could steal your logins and your passwords. A lot of times, any logins you have saved in Chrome, for example, a scammer gets onto your computer, they could extract those passwords sometimes, right? They could steal and encrypt your files, hold them for ransom, access all your pictures and documents. They could try to access your online banking websites, steal your logins, or if they're on the phone with you, you might think you're dealing with the bank, and they're offering to help you out on your computer, and they're telling you, hey, log into this account, log into this account. You don't realize it, but the scammer's stealing all your money as they're on your computer. So it's extremely common for scammers to try and get onto your PC and device. Now, you should never let them on. And this goes back to the example of like tech support scam that we were talking about earlier. You should only let trusted people on your device, right? The tech support guy that you work with, or the family member that's good with computers, or your local repair shop. You should already have in mind a reserved go-to when it comes to anybody accessing your computer. You shouldn't give access to strangers. And some examples where as part of the scam playbook to try and access your PC, right, is those tech support scams, those fake virus alerts we were just talking about. And they impersonate tech support, assisting you with a virus, but it's really an excuse to gain access to your device, your PC. There's fake order scams. We'll be talking about those shortly, but that's when they'll impersonate customer support, assisting you with an order, but they'll gain access to your PC, claiming, hey, let me get onto your PC and I'll help you out. It's a red flag. Anybody trying to connect to your PC, any strangers. There's a fake fraudulent activity. This goes back to that bank impersonation scam. They'll call you up, they impersonate the bank or an agency investigating fraud, and they'll ask to access your PC, and usually they'll say, log into your bank accounts and let's check a few things, but it's really a scammer, and they're stealing your money while you do that. So that's red flag number 4. They ask you to connect your PC to assist or investigate an issue. And we see that a lot. Red flag number 5. They request that you keep the matter confidential or secret. It's extremely common for scammers to ask for confidentiality. They don't want you to discuss the situation with other people. The more people you talk to, the more likely you'll be told it's a scam, right? So they don't want you to talk to people because people will be like, hey, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. And you might realize it's a scam. So they're going to try to keep it quiet. They're going to tell you to keep the matter confidential. They're going to keep it secret. Scammers don't want you talking to anybody about it. And some examples, and they'll have stories. They'll have these fake stories to try and convince you why you shouldn't tell anybody about it. And some examples where it's part of playbooks where they'll ask you to keep the matter confidential, keep it secret. It'll be a grandparent scam. We're going to talk about these in a little bit. But that's when they impersonate a relative. They say they've been arrested and need help. And they'll say that the relative is embarrassed, so don't tell anybody right now. Right? But that's actually just part of the scam. They're just trying to get the victim to not talk to anybody, to not realize what's going on. Investment scams. They'll say it's an inside tip and not to tell anybody, or a price is just for you. They don't share it with anybody. Right? But that's just a part of the scam. It's just a fake reason they they give you to try and keep it quiet and not tell anybody. Inheritance scams, and we're going to show you some examples of this later, but a lot of times they'll mail letters impersonating law offices regarding an inheritance. The letter requests confidentiality. And the example we'll show you a little later actually has it requested twice. And there's that fake fraudulent activity again, right? They impersonate an agency investigating fraud, and they'll say that it's an active investigation, and you keep it confidential. They'll say that if you tell somebody, you might harm the investigation, be held responsible. So you got to keep it quiet. Don't tell anybody what's going on. You might mess up the investigation, right? But that's all part of the scam, right? It's just a BS story that they're giving you to try and keep you quiet. All right, so that's red flag number 5. They request that you keep the matter confidential or secret. And we did a video on all those red flags. It's on our YouTube channel. So if you know a loved one that should be aware of those red flags. And look, in 90% of victim stories you hear, one of these red flags popped up, right? So if you're aware of these red flags, it's key to kind of stopping a scam. And if you're already to the point where you're interacting with a scammer, for these red flags to come up, it's extremely important to be aware of them, because you're already having a conversation and talking to them, by the time you hit these red flags. It's almost like your last chance to get out of the scam. So ideally, the goal is to recognize these scams before you even interact with the scammer. You don't even want to get to the point where you see these red flags, but sadly, that's not the reality of the situation, right? So if these red flags pop up, you definitely need to be aware of them. So let's just review those 5 red flags real quick again for anybody that joined late or in the middle of them. And again, we have a video about these red flags, so you go check that out on our YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't yet. But those 5 red flags were: red flag number 1, they direct you to a third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation. Right? Extremely common for them to try and get you onto a third-party chat app. It's easier to communicate, send you pictures and documents and things that they typically don't want to do through text and email. So they try to get in a third-party chat app. WhatsApp is the popular one. WhatsApp or Telegram are the 2 big ones. So it's red flag. Red flag number 2, they request unusual forms of payment like gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or depositing cash at a Bitcoin ATM. Right, those are all major red flags because we know scammers like receiving those types of payments. It's easier for them to transfer quickly. It's harder for the victim to retrieve once it's sent. So any mention of gift cards, like Apple gift cards, or Target gift cards, prepaid cards, any mention of cryptocurrency or depositing money at a Bitcoin ATM, those are all red flags. Right? It's very unusual for those forms of payment to be requested or even accepted. So stop what you're doing if somebody's asking you to purchase gift cards or do some cryptocurrency. It's a scam. Red flag number 3, they ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone by a text message. Right? So if an individual is asking you to confirm a code they're sending you, it's suspicious. Don't trust it. It indicates that they're trying to do something with your phone number, and if you give them that code, you're allowing them to do something with your phone number. Right? So it's a scam. Don't fall for it. Never give somebody some random person a code they claim they're sending to your phone. It's a big sign, big red flag of a scam. I see a lot of Facebook, Craigslist, marketplace type websites. Watch out for it. Red flag number 4. They ask to connect your PC to assist or investigate an issue. Right? And this is a big one because we see this a lot, especially those tech support scams. Right? When people call a fake tech support number, they don't realize it. The scammer says, "Yeah, I can help you, and let me access your PC." Right? But it's actually a scam, and once they're on your PC, they get, it's like a gold mine for them. They access your documents, your financial information. They'll try to get you to log into websites. It's, so if someone's trying to connect to your PC, it's a red flag. Don't trust it. You should only let specific people that you know and trust work on your PC. You shouldn't be calling random numbers or trusting people you don't know. Right? And red flag number 5, they request that you keep the matter confidential or secret. Right? Big red flag. A lot of these scams, they don't want you talking to anybody because the more people you talk to, the more likely you'll be told it's a scam and someone will warn you. Right? So they just want you to keep it secret, and they'll make up stories and excuses of why you have to keep it secret, but it's a big red flag. So be aware of those. They're extremely common. We see it all the time in victim stories. Just being able to recognize those, might be enough to to save the situation. Because if it gets past these, once it gets past these, it's tough to. Well, by then, usually they're gonna be having money from you, and it's too late if you send money. So anyway, that's 5 red flags. We have a video about those on our YouTube channel, so make sure to share that later with someone that could use the information. And hit that thumbs up if you're just joining. Make sure to subscribe. You can join our free mailing list, scamaware101.com, and hit join mailing list. Our goal here is to spread awareness of scams. We do this live stream every week. If you join our mailing list, we'll send you reminders, and we'll send you some useful scam awareness tips. We won't abuse the privilege, I promise. So check it out, scamaware101.com, and hit join mailing list. Also, you can follow us on your favorite social media platforms, Facebook, Threads, Instagram. We're trying to get our Facebook followers up, so make sure to visit facebook.com/scamaware101, hit that follow button. We're trying to get this live stream on there, and we need a few more followers. If you can't find us, we have links on our homepage here on scamaware101.com. We have links to all the social media pages, the official ones. Feel free to donate. Hit that thanks button or super thanks in YouTube. We'll take those, or scan that QR code. You can donate directly. We'll take it. And again, our goal here is to spread awareness of these scams. So you can protect yourself, protect your loved ones. Awareness is key. And realizing after the fact, after you send money, it's too late. It's important to be aware so you can recognize these scams early. Because once they get your funds, it's very hard to get them back. Too many horror stories about people losing their retirement funds and their life savings to these scammers. All right, so we're going to go into some more common scams here. If you're just joining, say hi in the chat. Let me know you're watching. I'm not really monitoring the viewer count here, so I have no idea how many people are watching. Hopefully there's a few out there. But anybody new joining, let me know in the chat. Say hi, hit that thumbs up. I want to hear your stories too. Any of these scams we're talking about, if you encountered them, let me know. If you know somebody who's falling for them, let me know. It's important to get the word out there, what's going on, and spreading the awareness about these scams to the community. This next batch of common scams, this is a fun one. There's lots of, well, you'll see. We got grandparent scams, fake order scams, undeliverable package scams, which are starting to become more common again. Fake retail website scams, gift card received scams, all good stuff. So we're going to dive into those in a minute. And now's the right time to be here because these are some of my favorite scams to go over. We've got some good footage for you. We have a recording, a webcam recording, phone call recordings. Lots of good stuff. All right, so let's get started with grandparent scams. Let me know in the chat if you've encountered this one or know somebody that has. So grandparent scams. So before I dive into it, I just want to say these are one of the scams everybody should be angry about, right? These scammers are literally targeting your parents and your grandparents, and they're impersonating you and using it as bait, right? At least talking to the kids. And if you're the grandparents or the older folks in this situation, you should be aware of this one because they're trying to use your loved one, your child, as bait too. It's a very sneaky, low-down scam, and everybody should be outraged with the people who do these types of scams, right? And basically how it works in these grandparent scams is a scammer impersonates a distressed relative claiming to have been arrested and needing financial help. Victims, usually seniors, act quickly to assist their loved ones. The scammers will often impersonate law enforcement, court personnel, and lawyers to extract even more money from the victim. Right? So it's literally targeting grandparents and parents. That's why it's called a grandparent scam. And you might think to yourself, well, how are they going to impersonate somebody I know? I would know, if somebody was on the phone, it wasn't really my daughter. But we actually have an example of a webcam recording of one of these scammers that we're going to play for you. And maybe it'll give you a little bit more understanding of why someone could fall for this. And you'll see in the recording, the scammer calls up and he impersonates a crying relative, a distressed relative, right? It's like, Mom, I've been arrested. I'm going to give the phone to the cop. Help, right? And then they hand off the phone. It happens very quickly, right? It sounds like the person's upset and distressed. It could be anybody, including your loved one, right? And we actually have an example to play for you here. And this example we're going to show, it's a fun story. So there's a scam baiter on YouTube. One of those people that hacks into scammers' computers, and he goes by the name Scam Sandwich. He's got his channel. Check it out to see this full video here. But here's a small clip of a scammer that's doing one of these grandparent scams, and the scammer is actually located in the Dominican Republic, right? And this Scam Sandwich guy, the good guy, he hacked into this scammer's computer and watched him through his webcam. And we actually got a recording here of this scammer doing a grandparent scam where he impersonates the distressed relative, he impersonates the police officer. You could hear him talking to the victim. So it's a nice inside peek at how these grandparent scams work and exactly what they're doing here. So before we watch that video, I just want to point out that this guy that we're about to watch, he's known as an opener, right? Because these scammers, they'll work in teams. So this guy's job is to call up. He opens the conversation, right? He impersonates the distressed relative. He impersonates the police officer, gets the victim hooked into what's going on, and then says, okay, now stand by your phone. We're going to call you back. And then he hands off the call to closers. So what we're going to watch here is he's known as an opener. And we're going to watch him do a grandparent scam here. And it's a fascinating video. So we're going to play that for you right now. I'm just checking the chat real quick. Welcome, CJ. I see CJ Web Design. Good to see you. Anybody else that's joining, hit that thumbs up. Let us know you're watching in the chat. Our goal is to spread awareness. And what we're about ready to play now is a video of a grandparent scammer who opens the scam. Now, sometimes when I play these videos, it causes a lag. So we'll see what happens this time. Hopefully there's no lag. But if there is, just bear with me for a minute once it gets through the video. And we should be good again. But hopefully there's no lag. But if there is, bear with us. And it's only a short video. It's less than a minute or two. But it's fascinating and it's very interesting to watch this grandparent scam to see how it all works. So here we go.
Oh, Mom, I had a car accident.
Huh?
I had a car accident, Mom.
Is this Linda?
It's me, Linda.
Where are you?
I got a car accident.
What happened?
I'm gonna put the officer on. I got arrested.
You got arrested?
Hi, ma'am.
Yes.
Hi, are you Linda's mom?
Yes.
What I'm gonna need you to do is grab a pen and paper and write down Linda's case number, ma'am. I need you to hurry up, please, ma'am.
Case number?
It's the number 2.
2?
The letter B as in boy. Can you read that back to me?
2, B.
Now, I'm gonna read what's going on, ma'am, okay?
Okay.
Linda was involved in a car accident. It was stated in the police report. She admitted that was her fault. While she was driving, she was using her phone. That's what caused the accident, ma'am, okay?
Oh, man.
The woman that was driving the other vehicle was 7 months pregnant. We had to rush her into the nearby hospital. She might lose her baby.
Oh, really?
Yes. Now, we actually confiscated her cell phone for legal evidence, so she cannot receive or cannot make calls. This is going to be her only last call. Are you with me, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Now, she actually wrote a note down here saying that she didn't want anyone to know about this. Let's honor her wish for right now because it's too much for her right now. That's what she's saying.
Okay.
What I'm going to need you to do, ma'am, is stay by the phone and wait for the lawyer to call, okay?
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye, ma'am.
All right, bye.
The next
So that was an example of a grandparent scammer. Hope the audio was okay. I can turn up the audio a little bit. Hopefully you heard the video. If I could turn my mic up a little bit. Let me know if that's any better. But yeah, that was an example of a grandparent scam. Let me know in the chat. If you guys couldn't hear it, I'll play it again. It's a good example. How was the lag, though? Let me know how the lag was, too. Because sometimes it lags when I play the video. But yeah, if you guys need me to play it again so you could hear it, just let me know. But anyway, that was an example of a grandparent scam. And it shows how, it could be convincing to somebody. When they're impersonating the distressed relative, it sounds like they're crying and upset. And then they hand off the phone quickly. They supposedly hand off the phone quickly to a police officer who he then impersonates. And you watch this video, right? And it's fascinating because you see him. He impersonates the crying daughter, then he impersonates the police officer, and he has like, you can hear the police scanner that he's playing in the background to make it sound like there's police radios and there's actually in a police station. Right, and then he tells the victim, now your daughter is embarrassed and asked not to share this with anybody right now, so let's respect her wishes, right? So there's that request for confidentiality that we talked about. He's really just trying to trick the victim into not telling anybody about this. And then he says, we've confiscated your daughter's phone, right? And he tells the victim that, so the victim might not try and call their daughter, right? Because keep in mind, this is all a scam. Their daughter's not there. Right, but the scammer's trying to trick the victim into, we confiscate her phone, so don't try calling her. Right, she asked you not to talk to anybody, so don't tell anybody about this. Right, and we're gonna have somebody call you back about getting her out and how much it costs. Right, so and then he hands off the call to his team of scammers, and the closers take over. Right, so the guy we just watched, he's an opener, and again, I just want to give credit to the YouTuber that got this footage. It's Scam Sandwich. Check out his YouTube channel for the full video, because he actually has a breakdown of the whole full video of this, and it's fascinating. This was just a short clip, just showing the example of the actual scam. Oh, and by the way, the woman he was talking to, the older lady, again, the YouTuber, he was able to reach her and warn her, so he was able to get a hold of her before they were able to get money. Trick her into money, to losing money. So she ended up being okay thanks to that YouTuber. But anyway, it's a fascinating video, and it gives you a sneak peek as to like what's going on behind the scenes. And I also have a little bit here about, it's from a news article from August 6th. So again, I just want to give you an idea how recent this is. This is all within a year, the stuff we're talking about here. But this article from August 6th, it's an article for NJ Federal Court charges 3 additional Dominicans in a grandparent scam. Right? And according to the indictment, the conspirators engaged in a long-running grandparent or family in need of bail scam against hundreds of seniors across the United States, including in New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. As detailed in the court filings, members of the conspiracy referred to as openers, right? So that's the guy we just watched. He's referred to as an opener, right? Called elderly victims in the United States and impersonated the victims' children, grandchildren, or other close relatives. And so we just watched them do that. That's exactly what he did. Typically, the victim was told that their grandchild had been in a car accident, was arrested in connection with an accident, and needed help. Once openers tricked victims into believing their loved ones were in dire trouble, others working at the call centers known as closers allegedly impersonated defense attorneys, police officers, or court personnel and convinced victims to provide thousands of dollars in cash to help their loved ones. Right? So I don't know if the guy we watched is one of the guys that was mentioned in this indictment, but he was from the Dominican Republic. The ones we're talking about are from the Dominican Republic. The video we saw here, it's identical to what they described is going on with openers of these grandparent scams. And the other thing to recognize too about these is when the closers call back, it says they impersonated defense attorneys, police officers, and court personnel and convinced victims to provide thousands of dollars. And just to break that down a little bit more, they call the victim, and first they impersonate defense attorneys, right, and get them to pay a bunch of money for defense. Then they impersonate police officers and have them pay a bunch of money to get their relative out. And then they impersonate court personnel and tell them they got to pay money for court fees, right? And they just keep going. They just keep on making up a different department and a different fee until the victim runs out of money or realizes they're being scammed. It's not a case where they just stop at, okay, we tricked her into paying, bail. They just keep going. They just make up something else and keep on going and try until there's nothing left to take. They're ruthless, these scammers. But anyway, yeah, that's a grandparent scam. That video we just watched is it's the excellent example of how these openers, how they open the scam, impersonating the loved one, impersonating the police, and people wonder, well, I would never fall for somebody. I would know if it was really my, but nah, you don't know. There's a quick handoff. They're acting all distressed. They're acting like they're crying. Next thing you know, they're talking to a cop. So it happens all quickly. It tries to get you all worried. It tries to get you all afraid and worried and to get you to react. Anyway, that's a grandparent scam. Make sure your loved ones are aware of that one. What they say you should do is they say you should have like a code word or a code phrase with your family. So in a situation like this, you could say, hey, what's a code word or code phrase? And at the very least, you need to verify what's actually going on. Don't trust the unsolicited call, right? Find out who they're claiming, who they're claiming to be calling from, which department, what town or whatever, right? And then hang up and first of all, try to call your loved one, right? Because they probably will answer and you'll find out, okay, that was just a scam, and definitely, if they don't answer, reach out directly, to the department they're supposedly calling from. But don't just trust the call. Be aware that this is a scam, Make your older loved ones aware too. Because again, it's called a grandparent scam for a reason. It pretty much gets parents and grandparents. It relies on the victim having kids, So that's why it's a grandparent scam. Let me know in the chat if you're watching. If you ever encountered one of those grandparent scams, or they have heard a ton of horror stories about those victims. They lose everything. How we doing? So in the chat, let me know you're watching. I'm not really paying attention to the viewer count, so I have no idea how many people are here. But I see a couple people saying hi in the chat. So that's good. Again, welcome CJ Web Design. Good to see you. If anybody else is watching out there, say hi in the chat. If you haven't hit that thumbs up button yet, give us a like. Make sure to follow us on our YouTube channel. We do this live stream every week, trying to spread awareness about common scams, so you can protect yourself, protect your loved ones. We go over 20 different types of scams on this live stream. We're about an hour and a half in, I think, if my math is right. An hour and a half, give or take. So we're maybe getting close to halfway in. But lots of good information here for you. You can also follow us on your favorite social media platforms: Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky. All right, ScamAware 101 on all of them. But if you can't find us, we have links to each on our homepage here on ScamAware 101. And again, make sure to join that free mailing list when you're here. So on scamaware101.com, click join mailing list, and we'll keep you in the loop about what's going on, let you know when we got some new videos posted. All good stuff. We won't abuse the privilege, I promise. Donate, you can hit that super thanks button. Feel free, always appreciate that, but don't feel obligated. We're happy just to get a like or a new subscriber. It's all good. Next scam we're going to be talking about. Ooh, I have a lot of good examples of this one for you too. So the next scam we're going to be talking about is fake order scams or fake purchase scams. And the thing about this scam is we're actually being targeted from all directions with this scam. We're getting text messages that are fake order scams. We're getting phone calls, these robocalls and recordings that are fake order scams. We're getting emails, claiming an order was placed, but they're fake orders. What they're trying to do is they're trying to trick you into calling to dispute. They're trying to trick you into disputing the order, and what happens is you end up calling a call center of scammers, right? You think you're dealing with customer support, but you're actually calling a scammer. That's kind of similar to the tech support scam. They trick you into calling a scammer. And in this case, it works the same way. You get a text message. It says an order was placed. It says to dispute the order, call this number. But it's a scam. If you call that number, you'll be connected to a scammer that's going to try to get access to your bank accounts, try to take all your money. there's these phone calls, these robocalls going out. We're going to play you some examples of robocalls, right? But they'll say an order was placed, and they'll say press 1 to dispute it. But if you press 1, you'll be connected to a scammer. They impersonate customer support, but it's actually a scammer. And there's the email version, right? You get an email, it says an order was placed. Sometimes they impersonate PayPal and say an order was placed. It looks like it's from PayPal. But if you click the link, it takes you to a fake website or has a number to call to dispute, but call a number to scammer, right? So you got to watch out for these fake order scams. We're being attacked from all directions. But good news is I have some examples to share with you of these. So you can be prepared, be aware. Right? And then the first example is a text message example of these fake order scams. And this one is an extremely common text message. Multiple people reported this one to me. And in this case, it impersonates Apple. And it claims there was a purchase on your Apple iCloud, using your Apple iCloud ID, using Apple Pay. Right. So it basically says your Apple iCloud ID was recently used at Apple Store for $143 paid by Apple Pay pre-authorization. Then it goes on to say there's suspicious activity. Right, and it says, call this number immediately to cancel this charge. Right, and that's what this whole scam is about. They're trying to scare you with this text message. Not only does it say a purchase was made, but then it says there's something suspicious and you should call this number. Right, but if you call that number, you'll be connected to a scammer. They'll impersonate Apple, and they'll claim that they're going to try and help you, but it's actually a scammer. And they're going to try to get access to your device or bank accounts or steal your money. All right, so this is a text message example of a fake order notification. And the thing about these fake order notifications, they can impersonate anybody and claim anything was purchased, right? This one impersonates Apple, and it just claims a purchase was made for your Apple Pay. It doesn't really say for what, right? But we're going to play some more examples. I'm going to play you some phone call examples next. And one of them says it's Walmart and claims a PlayStation was purchased. Another says that it's Amazon and claims a MacBook was purchased. But the goal is always the same. They want to trick you into calling a number to speak with a scammer. Right? They want to trick you into calling a number to dispute an order that doesn't even exist. Then it evolves into a different type of scam. Once they have you on the phone, usually they'll tell you your identity has been stolen and offer to help you, and they'll say, hey, let's check your bank accounts, or hey, you need to withdraw this money and to protect it. So the scam evolves. But the thing we want you to recognize is that when you get these text messages, we don't even want you to get to the point of where you're engaging. Right? We want you to recognize, wait a minute, I know what a fake order scam is. This could be one of those fake order notifications. Right? So if you get a text message like this, don't call that number. If you're concerned that a purchase was made on your Apple account, go check your Apple account directly. All right, open up the app, check it out on your phone, or reach out to Apple directly. Don't call any number that's in his text message. Don't click on any links in the text message. Right? But if you're concerned it's real, go check your account manually. Right? But anyway, so that's a text message version of a fake order scam. Again, it's important to be aware of this type of scam, because not only are you being targeted with text messages, and by the way, if you've received any text messages or any examples, let me know in the chat. There's so many different variations. I'd love to hear which variations other people are getting. But anyway, so we showed you a text message version, but I mentioned that they're also targeting us by phone. So we have a couple examples of some of those phone calls here to play for you. Right, again, these are examples of fake order scam phone calls. Right, and in the first one, because again, always remember it could vary. Right, they could claim to be any retailer. They could claim that any item was purchased. Scammers get creative. So what's important to realize is that there'll be different variations of this. What's important to realize is, wait a minute, this could be a fake order scam. Right. So the first example that I'm going to play for you of a phone call version of the fake order scam, right, is they impersonate Amazon and they claim a MacBook Pro was purchased under your account. And then it says to press 1 to dispute the order. But if you press 1, you'll be connected to a scammer. All right, so take a listen to this, and multiple people reported these phone calls to me too. So let me know if you received them, or at least be aware, if you do, that they're a scam. So let's listen to the first example. Hey, let me know how the volume is too when I play it.
This call is to authorize the payment of $1,499 for the recent order of Apple MacBook Pro on your Amazon account. If you do not authorize this payment, please press 1 to speak to our customer support representative.
Right? So that's a recording of a phone call that you would get. It claims that a MacBook Pro was purchased under your Amazon account, and that says if this wasn't you, press 1 to speak to a customer representative, right? But it's a scam. If you press 1, you'd be connected to a scammer, and then the scam would evolve into some reason why they got to steal money from you or have you transfer money. All right, so that's a fake order scam. At least that's a one phone call example of one. But again, what's important to realize about these scams is that they could say they're any retailer. They can impersonate any retailer, and they can say any item was purchased, right? So it's important to be aware of the tactic. You know, it's not necessarily who they're saying they are, what they're saying was purchased. It's realizing that scammers will claim to be anybody and could claim anything was purchased to try and trick you into disputing it. So in that case, where they impersonated Amazon, if you were concerned that it was real or true that there was a purchase, what you would do is just go to your Amazon account directly and check your order history. Right? Don't trust anybody calling, any text messages. Just go check your account directly if you're concerned it's real. All right. The next example of fake order scam phone call. This one impersonates Walmart and claims a PlayStation was purchased under your account. All right, so let's take a listen to that one.
We are trying to contact you concerning an unverified purchase of PlayStation 5 Special Edition bundled with Pulse 3D headset being ordered from your Walmart account for an amount of $859.50. If you did not authorize this transaction or wish to cancel, please press 1 or return our call on same number at your earliest convenience.
Now, there was a big red flag in that phone call that I just want to point out. When it said call shown number, right, that's a red flag. If they don't even leave a real phone number to call, if they're just saying call the number that was shown on your caller ID or call shown number, right, that's always a red flag. Don't trust it. It's a scam, right? If this had been a legit place, they would have at least left a real phone number to call. That doesn't mean it's legit, but they would have at least left a real phone number. You know, in this case, when they're not even leaving a real phone number, right away it's a red flag and you shouldn't trust it. All right, but anyway, so that was another example of a fake order scam phone call. Right, it impersonates Walmart. It says a PlayStation will purchase into your account, and then they try to get you to call back a number to dispute it. But if you call back that number, you'll be dealing with a scammer, and that's how they get new victims on the phone. All right, so be aware of that. You know, they get clever. They impersonate other retailers. They claim other items were purchased. Right, they're targeting through text message. I just played you phone calls that they have robocalls going around. Right, and then the third way that they're targeting people that I mentioned is by email too, right? So what do we know about the email version of this scam? Well, we have here, we have a victim's story. Right, so this was published in August 2024, so it's less than a year old. And it's a story about a victim who fell for one of these fake order scams. And in her case, she fell for the email scam. So let me just read off, let's check out her story here. Right, and see if you can spot the red flags as I go through it too. A 23-year-old Lincoln woman reported losing $4,100 after falling victim to an identity fraud scam in July. The scam began on July 17th with an email claiming she had purchased an iPhone. The woman called the number provided in the email to dispute the purchase and was told she had multiple open accounts in her name across various states. She was informed someone was using her identity. Right, so before I continue, and she gives some more details about the scam, But that's the fake order scam portion of this that you just heard, right? In her case, she got an email claiming an iPhone was purchased. That's the fake order notification. There was no iPhone purchased, but she gets an email claiming one was. And the email instructed her to call a number to dispute that purchase. And that's how the scam works. It tricks the victim into calling a number to dispute the purchase. They don't realize they're calling a scammer. They think they're calling Apple, right? Or someone else. They don't realize they're calling a scammer. They get on the phone with the scammer, and then the scammer does their thing to start conning them and trying to get their money. And in this case, I'm going to read what happened next. Right? And it could vary. At this point, it could vary. Once the scammer tricks you with the fake order notification, you're on the phone with them. the scam could then start varying depending on how they're going to try and get your money. But in this case, they went with the whole your identity has been stolen narrative, right? So according to police, scammers connected the woman to a person posing as a CIA agent who instructed her to withdraw $3,600 from her bank account. The next day, she was directed to use the money to purchase Walmart gift cards and send photos and receipts. Additionally, the woman sent another $500 gift card to the scammers. All right, so that's what happened. They told her identity has been stolen. And you know, it might sound far-fetched when you hear her story, but you know, she thinks that she's actually talking to an agency investigating fraud, right? And they're telling her, someone's got access to your bank account, you got to move your money. So withdraw your money and purchase gift cards, right? And that's the red flag, right? I mean, there's a bunch of red flags, but there's that mention of gift cards, which is always a red flag. So it was kind of like her last chance to kind of get out of this. When they mentioned gift cards, that was her last chance to get out of this kind of scam, right? So being aware of that red flag is super important, you know, especially when you know a government agency, who these scammers were claiming to be. A government agency will never ask you to purchase gift cards as a form of payment or to transfer money. They'll never ask you to purchase gift cards. All right, big red flag, and unfortunately, this woman lost $4,100, which is really on the lower end of how much money these scammers take. She's lucky they only took $4,100. So some people losing their life savings. Some people losing $100,000 sometimes. But anyway, that's an email example of a fake order scam. Right, so it's important to realize this is an extremely common scam right now. You know, we're being targeted through text message, we're being targeted through phone calls, we're being targeted through emails. Right, these scammers are persistent, and the storyline could change up. Right, they swap out any retailer. Today they try to impersonate Amazon. Tomorrow they try to impersonate Apple. The day after they try to impersonate Walmart. You know, one day they say a PlayStation was purchased. Another day they say a MacBook Pro was purchased. They switch it up. They get creative. So what's important to recognize about these fake order scams is when you get one of these notifications, don't freak out. Don't trust the phone number. You know, don't trust any links. You know, just go directly to one of your accounts and you can check your history there. Right? But don't trust anything in the message, especially phone numbers or links or instructions, right? So that's a fake order scam. Sometimes they call it a fake purchase scam too. How we doing out there? Cool. I see some people. I see David's still here. John's still here. Good to see you. CJ Webb, if you're still around, thanks for sticking around. Anybody else just joining? Let us know in the chat that you're watching. Hit that thumbs up. Give us a like. Help us spread awareness about these scams. If you don't subscribe yet, hit that subscribe button. You know, we release scam awareness videos, and a lot of the scams we're talking about this evening, we have videos about them on our YouTube channel too, including the fake order scam we just talked about. So make sure to subscribe, make sure to like. You can follow us on social media, and make sure to join our free mailing list, scamaware101.com. You can click join mailing list. And that's the best way to kind of keep up to date with what's going on. We'll remind you when we're going live and send you some useful scam awareness tips. You can follow us on social media, Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky. Help us spread awareness by building up our following. Our goal is to spread awareness of these scams. That's why we do this live stream every week, usually on Thursdays, 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time. We go for about 3 hours. We cover over 20 different types of scams. We show you examples, like the examples we just shared now, the text messages, the emails, the phone call recordings, so you can be aware of, you know, how these scams work and what these scammers are trying to do. It's all important. You know, it's important to be aware so you can protect yourself and protect your loved ones from these scams. Too many people are losing money to these scammers. A lot of money. Once that happens, it's too late. That's why awareness is key. You need to recognize these scams before you lose money. Recognizing after the fact's not gonna get your money back. So awareness is key. We got a few more scams we're gonna be going over. Next scam we're gonna talk about is an undeliverable package scam. Bear with me 1 sec. I'm just getting the examples ready. So this undeliverable package scam, it started slowing down a little bit. It was really popular during the holidays, right? Because everybody's sending and receiving packages, and it did start slowing down a little bit. That fake order, the unpaid road toll scams kind of started picking up and replacing that, towards the beginning of the year. But the undeliverable package scam never went away. And just this week, in the past week or so, I had multiple people send me fresh examples of these undeliverable package scams. Unfortunately, I don't have them moved over to my PC yet for this presentation. They will be ready next week. But the important point to remember is that these undeliverable package scams are picking up again. They are targeting users. And UPS and FedEx, USPS, all these delivery services, they don't send text messages out like these, right? So regardless of what the text message says or how it looks or how they changed it up, right? If you get a text message claiming to be from UPS, FedEx, USPS, claiming there's a problem with your package delivery, right? Don't trust it. It's a scam. Rest assured, UPS, FedEx, all these delivery, they don't send text messages like that, especially if you didn't request any types of text messages. All right, so don't trust these random text messages. So just to clarify what I mean when I say undeliverable package scam, basically, victims receive fake notifications about undeliverable packages and are asked to click a link to resolve. The link opens a fake website impersonating UPS, FedEx, or USPS, and any personal financial details provided by the victim are stolen by the scammers. There never was a package. So again, this type of scam, it picks up during the holidays. So if it's already starting to pick up recently, it's probably going to become more and more common now as the end of the year approaches, right? Because the holidays, they're a few months away. Maybe we're going to be in July, August, September. Yeah, it's a couple months away, and we're already going to start heading into September, November, for Black Friday and all that. So we're going to start seeing these undeliverable package scams a lot more. Again, because it's going to be that time of year. And we're already seeing them pick up. That's my point. So it's important to be aware of these undeliverable package scams. If you get a text message claiming a package is undeliverable and you need to click a link, don't trust it. If you did click a link, it might take you to a website that looks like this. And the website's convincing, right? It's got the colors, right? It's got the USPS logo. They got a fake tracking number there. It looks very professional. It looks like it could be real. Because remember, these scammers, they make fake websites. They know how to make them look real. But any information entered, shipping details, payment details, it's actually gets stolen by a scammer. And you might get taken to some site that looks like this. Not as convincing as the last one, but it's an example, right? They got the logo up there, United States Postal Service. It says, hey, you just got to pay $3 for your delivery. So you put in your information, think you're just paying $3, but you're actually getting your details stolen. They're going to do a lot worse than spend $3. And these are all examples of what happens with an undeliverable package scam. The scams, they'll impersonate USPS. Right, here's an example of a text message. The USPS package has arrived at the warehouse and cannot be delivered due to incomplete address information. Please confirm your address in a link within 12 hours. And it's got the link to the fake website. All right, but notice there's that instruction. If you were here with us earlier, I mentioned this earlier on our last batch of scams, is these text messages, these scam text messages, there's always a red flag when it has an instruction that says, please reply yes, then reopen the message. See this instruction right here, about halfway down? You see that a lot on scam text messages. There's always a red flag. Here's another example. Now, this one was a group text. And they named the group text to USPS to make it seem, to make it stand out and seem more legit, I guess. But since the package does not have a house number, the package transportation is interrupted. Please update. And it's got a link. But again, it takes you to a fake website and they'll steal any details you enter. There's even been examples where they send you a text message with an attachment. All right. So in this case, here's the text message. They have the USPS logo there. Dear customer, your package has arrived at the distribution facility, but we are unable to deliver it due to incomplete address information. Please click on the HTML file above to update your address. Which, by the way, never open attachments that came from someone you don't know and weren't expecting. Right? In this case, that's an example with an HTML attachment. Here's an example with a PDF attachment. The same deal. They got the USPS logo there, and it says, please click on the PDF file to update your address. All right. But you open those files, at the very least, they're going to take it to a fake website that steals your details. But worst case, they could install a virus, especially these HTML. You don't want to open HTML files. Those could run malicious code, install something. Just from viewing the file, you get something, a virus or malware installed on your device. So never trust these file attachments that come in, and also these messages that claim to be from USPS or FedEx or UPS. The scammers, they impersonate them all. But just be aware that you're not going to get text messages claiming a package was undeliverable. It's a scam. Don't click the links. Don't trust it. And there is a news article I always like to share on these live streams about this scam. I consider it a win. It was in Wired News, August 8th last year. So it's less than a year old. It's getting there, though. But when it came to these undeliverable package scams, USPS text scammers duped his wife. So he hacked their operation. Right, so a husband, his wife fell for this and got scammed. And the husband fought back. So he infiltrated their systems and exposed the scammers behind this scam, or at least one of the scam groups, behind this scam. And he found out some fascinating information, starting with the scammers, behind this USPS fake undeliverable package scam. Right, the scammers behind it were sending out 100,000 scam texts per day globally. Right, 100,000 scam texts per day. Right, so that's a fascinating detail, right? Because it gives you an idea of what these scammers are capable of. And this is just one group, right? And they were sending out 100,000 scam texts per day, and that was over a year ago. So they're probably capable of doing even more as time passes. They could do even more with technology, but we know they were sending out over 100,000 scam text messages per day. And this scam tracked back to a Chinese speaking. A Chinese language group, because we know that there's there's definitely a lot of Chinese criminal organizations a lot of scams are coming out of. And he said that people entered 438,669 unique credit cards. So that means the scammers had almost 500,000 credit cards. Right? That gives you an idea of the amount of success these scammers are having. Right? 500,000 unique credit cards. As said, many people entered multiple cards each, and they had 50,000 email addresses were logged. Some of them included military or government email addresses, right? So fascinating details about these scams, or this scam, this undeliverable package scam. And the data's a year old, which means that there's even more. They probably got even more credit cards now and even more victims, even more email addresses, right? But it shows you these scams they're consider that successful, right? They're making money. People are falling for these scams. And they're untouchable. I mean, if they're over in China, a lot of times these scammers, they're in regions or countries that won't really work with law enforcement, at least in the U.S. So, a lot of these groups will operate out of China or Russia, and because you can't really reach them. They're outside of or at least the U.S.'s reach. But anyway, that's a fascinating article about the USPS, the text message scammers, the undeliverable package scammers. It gives you a peek about behind, what's going on in the operation behind the scenes, and also how many people are falling for this scam. So be aware of undeliverable package scams. I showed you the text message version of these scams, and again, I received 2 reports the past week from people about these starting to pick up again. They sent over some new examples of what the text messages look like, and I'll have those ready to share with you next live stream. But just be aware, the scam's starting to pick up again, and I think we're going to start seeing it even more now because the holidays will be approaching in a matter of months. Also, related to those undeliverable package scams, I showed you a text message version, but there is also email versions, and I just wanted to show you a couple quick examples of those, because it's important to be aware that text message scams could easily be adapted to email scams. Email scams could easily be adapted to text message scams. Just because you get one through a text message or an email doesn't mean you could trust one over the other. A lot of times these scammers they use multiple delivery methods, and you can't trust any of them. You got to verify, and be suspicious. Keep the guard up. And in this case, you can see here's an email version of the undeliverable package scam. This is from November last year. Again, during their holidays, right, Black Friday. And this one says, they got the FedEx logo and it says, "We're sorry, your package appears to be delayed." And this scam is a little different because what they offer a compensation package, right? The text message version, it said, they try to steal your information by saying you got to pay a small delivery fee, right? But this version of the scam, they claim they're offering you a free compensation product. What they're going to do is, if you click the link and pick a product, it's going to ask you to pay for shipping. And that's how they're going to steal your payment details. I'll show you some of those examples shortly, too. We're going to go over some fake retail website examples. But this undeliverable package scam, it comes through email, too. This one impersonates FedEx. Here's another one that's practically identical, impersonates UPS. The same deal. They're saying your package appears to be missing, we're sorry, and they offer you a compensation package. FedEx and UPS do not offer compensation packages worth $100, $200, when we fail to deliver a package or your package is delayed. It'd be nice if they offered $100, $200 gifts every time a package was delayed, but they don't. Right? This is a scam. So if you get emails claiming a package is delayed, just like you get text messages claiming a package delayed, don't trust them. It's a known scam. They impersonate USPS. I showed you examples of that. They impersonate FedEx, which I showed you examples of that. UPS, I showed you an example of that. All right, so they impersonate all delivery services. They'll impersonate Amazon, DHL. There's a whole bunch of other ones. So don't trust these undeliverable package scams. Don't click the links. Definitely don't provide any information. How are we doing out there? Let me know you're watching. I have no idea how many viewers are there, so the only way I know is in the chat. So say what's up. Let me know you're watching, especially if you haven't said anything yet. Love to hear from you. Hit that thumbs up if you haven't. We're trying to spread awareness about these scams. That's our goal. Spread awareness, put some good information out there, try to help some people avoid becoming victims. And you can help by hitting that thumbs up, hitting subscribe, following us on your favorite social media platforms, especially Facebook. We need some more followers on Facebook, so help us out. Facebook.com/scamaware101. You also join our free mailing list. It's on scamaware101.com and click Join Mailing List. It's free to join. We'll send you some reminders when we're going live. We'll just send you some updates when we add new scam videos, some scam awareness tips. We won't abuse the privilege, I promise. You can unsubscribe at any time, but check it out. Scamaware101.com and click Join Mailing List. We do these live streams every week. I'm Jared, Scamware 101. And our goal is to spread awareness. Every week we do this live stream. We usually go for about 3 hours. And we cover about 20 different types of scams, show you examples, red flags, how to identify them. We're about 2 hours in now. Looks like we just got into our third hour here, just entering it. Sometimes we get a bump from the West Coast, so let me know if you're from the West Coast and just tuning in. Got about another hour to go. Lots of good information coming up. We're just going over some more common scams right now. Next scam we're going to talk about here is fake retail website scams. So the thing about these fake retail website scams is it's really easy for scammers to create fake websites. Right? As we've seen in the examples that we've shown. I've showed you a bunch of fake websites where they impersonate various departments of transportation. We just looked at examples of them impersonating USPS. Right? Creating these fake websites, it's easy and quick for these scammers. Right? A lot of times they're using software and frameworks that does it for them. It already has it built in. Right? So the thing about these fake retail website scams is they create these fake websites that sell products that are never delivered. Victims are lured in by unbeatable deals and lose money once they pay. These scams often target holiday shoppers or those seeking trending items. And the thing about these fake websites is a lot of times the offer will be something like just pay for shipping. There'll be a $100 or $200 item, right? And they'll say, but you could have it for free. Just pay for shipping. So that's a big red flag. If the deal seems too good to be true, definitely pause, look into it. And it's very common for scammers to use that whole just pay for shipping narrative to try and trick you into entering your billing information. And I'm going to show you some examples of these fake retail websites. And the scam we just went over before this one, that undeliverable package scam, the email version of it that offered a compensation product, the examples of these fake retail websites I'm going to show you right now, these are actually the products and the web pages that scam would link you to. So if you had clicked get compensation product, it would have taken you to these fake retail websites that I'm about ready to show you. So these are real examples of how that scam goes. These are examples of the products that they're offering you, supposedly if you just pay for shipping. And the first one in this case, they go with the Black Friday sale theme, right? Because again, this example, it came in November last year, like during the holidays, and they're claiming you could get a set of wireless headphones valued at $175. Just pay for shipping, $8.95. Right? So it sounds like a great deal, but it's too good to be true, right? And then they ask for your shipping information, your payment information, and anything you enter is going to get stolen. Or any payment details you enter. You'll get charged a lot more than just $8.95. Right? So in this case, they're trying to say you get these wireless headphones. Another example from that same scam. So it says portable heater, again valued at $175. Just pay $8.69 for shipping. But it's a scam. They'll steal whatever payment information you enter. Here's another example. And this one it says Earbud Pros. Earbud Pro. So wireless earbuds valued at $175. Just pay $8.69 for shipping. Again, it's a scam. You enter any info, the payment information is going to get stolen. In this case, you're using wireless earbuds. Because that's a pretty hot item, right? You know, we mentioned that a lot of times they'll use popular items. And earbuds, were a pretty popular item the past few years. So you'll see that used in a lot of these fake retail website scams. And, you could end up on these fake retail websites in a lot of different ways too, right? So I show you an email version. In that case, I was showing you where they offer you a free compensation product, and they link it to these fake retail websites. But it could be a whole bunch of different types of fake emails. You could get an email that impersonates a retailer that says, since you're a valued customer, use this link for some free thank you gifts, right? It was a scam. You click that link, you get taken to a fake retail website like this. All right. Or another way is ads, right? Scammers purchase ads. So you might be on Facebook or something and you see an ad come up and it says, free wireless earbuds. But the scammer put that ad. You click it, you get taken to this fake website, they steal your details. All right, so you got to be suspicious of ads too. Scammers purchase ads like anybody else. And then sponsored listings, Google search results, right? Let's say you're searching for like wireless earbuds. Scammers, they'll purchase sponsored listings. So you're doing a search, and that sponsored listing comes up, but it takes you to this fake retail website, and you think you found a great deal on wireless earbuds. But you actually get your details all stolen. Oh, and on this example, I just noticed too, good news, get 40% discount if you order today with your MasterCard. So I guess the scammer wants MasterCard specifically, because then they try to offer you even more off using MasterCard. So I guess you only pay $4 for shipping. Who knows? At the end of the day, they're going to charge you a lot more than $4 or $8. So be aware. Don't just trust random ads. Don't just trust random emails. All right. If you're actually considering doing this, which I recommend you don't, but if you're seriously considering entering your details in here, at least do some research on the website. Do a quick Google, see if people are reporting it or posting anything about it, and reviews about these sites. In this example, I did a quick search for each of these sites that these items, these fake retail products are being offered on. And when I researched the sites, I found no results, which is just as bad as finding bad results, because these websites were created for the sole purpose of scamming. They were put up brand new during the holiday season. So there were no bad reviews about them yet. But the fact there was no reviews at all, that's also a red flag. So be aware of these fake retail websites. If the offer's too good to be true, it probably is. And we're going to see this scam, popping up more during the holidays too. The scam becomes really popular as the holidays approach, because people think they're finding these great deals on gifts, but they're actually getting their details stolen. How are we doing out there? Let me know you're watching. It's 8 o'clock. Welcome to anybody from the East or from the West Coast if you're joining us. If you're just joining us, always good to see you. Make sure to say hi in the chat. Hit that like button if you haven't hit like yet. We need all the likes we can get. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't. We need all the subscribers we could get. The more likes, the more subscribers, the more our content gets shown. And really, that's our goal, is to spread awareness, and you could help by hitting that like button and subscribe. Make sure to follow us on your favorite social media pages. We're on Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky. We're on them all. Well, most of them. Username is ScamAware101. And we have links all on our homepage here if you can't find us. Hey, Rule from Portugal joining the chat. Good to see you, Rule. Welcome. Welcome from Portugal. The thing that's interesting about these scams, too, is a lot of times these scams are the same or similar everywhere. Like, we'll read about scams in Europe or scams in Portugal, for example. And it'll be the same types of scams that are happening, the same types of impersonation scams, the same red flags, tell them to purchase gift cards and things like that. They're very similar. Even when you're reviewing the headlines and checking out the news, a lot of these scams that are happening in different areas of the world, they're very similar. But welcome, Roll. Good to see you. For anybody else just joining too, we do this live stream every week, so make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel, join our free mailing list here, scamaware101.com. We'll send you reminders when we're going online, going live. And we'll keep you up to date when we add new content. It's free to join. Join mailing list, scamaware101.com. Next scam we're going to talk about. Gift card received scams. And in this version, we're going to talk about an email version of the scam. And basically, victims receive an email notification that they received a gift card. When the victim attempts to activate the gift card by clicking a link, malware is installed on their device, or a fake website is opened to steal personal information. All right, so you get an email claiming a gift card was sent to you. Maybe it says it's from a relative, or maybe from your boss. All right, and in this example, it's a Venmo gift card. Your $50 gift card is here. And then it says, your company has given you an employee rewards card. Activate your card today. But it's a scam. If you click that link to activate it, it's going to try to steal your personal details. It's going to try to get you to log in to an account or to register and provide personal information. So what you should do, if you get any kind of email notification that claims a gift card was sent to you, before you click any links, before you trust it, reach out to the person who supposedly sent it, right? So in this case, it claims it's an employee rewards card, right? So before you click in a link, reach out to your employer and see if they actually sent it. Right? You're going to want to reach out and say thank you anyway, right? Same thing if it says it's from a relative, reach out first to confirm it actually is, because scammers know our relatives. Right? Believe it or not, they know family member names. So reach out to the relative, confirm they actually sent it to you. You're going to want to say thank you anyway, so it's a win-win. But you don't want to just trust a unexpected gift card that lands in your email box, even if it claims to be from someone you know. Always reach out and confirm before clicking any links or trying to activate. And say thank you. It's polite anyway, right? Not only do you get to say thank you, but you get to confirm it's real and that you're not getting scammed. So this is an example of a fake gift card notification you might receive, an email claiming you got a gift card. And definitely don't trust them if they come from random companies. That's almost always going to be a scam. If you suddenly get an email saying, hey, here's $50 from a random company, don't just give out money. So be suspicious of gift card or claims of free gift cards that you get an email about. Excellent. That actually took a little longer than usual here. Let's see, was it 8:10 p.m.? Not much. It took like 10 minutes more than usual. Not bad. Actually, we're pretty close to on schedule. How are y'all doing out there? If you're just joining, say hi. Just updating the agenda here. Make sure the times match. Yeah, it's a good one, Dave. Dave is mentioning in the chat here. I remember receiving years ago an email telling me I could receive a $100 Walmart gift card. All I had to do was pay a processing fee. Yeah, you know, just the fact, anytime I mention gift card, it's a red flag in general, right? And but that's a common scam or a common detail of a lot of scams already. They claim you have to pay a processing fee, right? There's the lottery scams that they claim, oh, you've won the lottery, you just have to pay processing fees and taxes. Then we'll send you money. But the scammers just steal everything. There was no lottery. You didn't win anything, right? Or they'll do that with inheritance scams. Well, they'll say, oh, you have an inheritance, but you just got to pay processing fees and taxes, right? But then you pay it, and there never was an inheritance. That's how they steal. They claim there's fees or processing, processing fees or taxes. So yeah, hearing your story about the claiming you get a gift card, just got to pay a processing fee. You know, it fits the common narrative. You know, they try to get you to pay some kind of fee in exchange, first in exchange for something. But, yep, good example, scam. All right. So that wraps up our second batch of common scams that we talk about. It's time for our second coffee break. And then we should be going for the rest of the evening uninterrupted for our final hour of the live stream. So we still got lots of good stuff coming up. So if you're just joining us from the West Coast here or another part of the world, we've still got some good stuff to share with you. So hit that like button, hit subscribe if you haven't yet. I need to come up with a fun commercial to play during the coffee breaks. All right, I'm going to refill my Scamware 101 coffee cup, which, by the way, if you want a Scamware 101 travel mug or coffee mug, we have them available on our YouTube store. So feel free to check them out. I'm going to go fill up my coffee mug, and this way I won't be getting any sleep tonight. The things I do for you people. Just kidding. Kind of. Cool. So stand by. We'll be back in a few more minutes. We'll continue the rest of the live stream uninterrupted for the final hour of the live stream. Lots of good stuff coming up. So stick around. Hit that thumbs up. Say hi in the chat. And we're going to be continuing in a few more minutes. All right. That's the last coffee break of the evening, so we should be continuing the rest of the live stream uninterrupted. Got about probably another hour left, maybe. We're close to it. Hey, Nigella, good to see you. Always a pleasure. Welcome, welcome. There's more people in the chat. Always happy to see you. If you're just joining or if you're being quiet, say hi in the chat. Let us know you're watching. Hit that heart. Give us some reactions. And definitely hit that like button. We'll see if we get some more people in here. The more likes we get, the more subscribers we get, the more our content gets shown. And that's the whole goal here, right? Spreading awareness of scams. And if you're just joining, every first time on one of our live streams, I'm Jared with Scamware 101. And our goal with Scamware 101 is just to spread awareness of common scams so you can protect yourself and protect your loved ones. Right? These are the type of scams that they target individuals, right? The grandparent scams, the fake order scams. We got a few good ones coming up shortly. We're going to be going over Social Security scams and IRS and tax scams. We have some discount scams. But basically, we cover over 20 different types of scams. And we share all types of examples with emails and phone call recordings, text message, screenshots, because awareness is key. It's important to recognize these scams before you lose money to them. Because once the money's gone, it's very rare that you're going to get it back. Very rare. So it's important to be aware. And the goal is to help you recognize these scams and hopefully make a difference. So we release videos on our YouTube channel, so make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't yet. A lot of the scams we talk about, we actually have videos about each of the scams. So if we talk about something that someone you know should be aware of, you usually find a video that we did and share it with them too. So anyway, that's our goal here at Scamware 101. You can join our free mailing list. We'll keep you up to date with when we add new content. We'll send you reminders when we go live every week when we do these live streams. Usually on Thursdays we do these. And you'll also follow us on your favorite social media platforms. Right, we need to get our followers up on Facebook, so if you're on there and you haven't followed us yet, give us a follow. We appreciate it. Facebook.com/Scamaware101. And we're also on Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky. If you can't find us, go to our website, Scamaware101.com, and we have the links to each social media page on our website. So usually, I would talk about the tools and the software section on our website. But you know what? I'm going to switch this around. I'm going to continue with some more common scams, and maybe we'll do that after. Yeah, let's roll with some more common scams. Hit that like button, say hi in the chat. So the next scam we're going to talk about tonight, Social Security impersonation scams. And there's a couple different versions of this type of scam. One of them is when scammers impersonate Social Security and they claim there is a problem with the victim's number or benefits. Right? They'll threaten action unless immediate payment or information is provided. Right? They'll say like a payment's not going through or a deposit can't go through and you need to confirm your bank account or provide a credit card number. They'll have some kind of narrative, some kind of issue with your account and claim you need to make a payment for some reason. Right? So that's one version of a Social Security impersonation scam. But another version is fake emails and text messages that appear to be from Social Security. Right? But they link to a fake website or have a dangerous file attached. Right, so there's all these different types of Social Security impersonation scams. So the point is, be aware that emails that claim they're from Social Security, be suspicious of them. Text messages that claim to be from Social Security, be suspicious of them. There's even been cases of physical letters, snail mail letters going out to people impersonating Social Security. All right, so it's an extremely common scam, and always be suspicious of someone or something that claims to be from Social Security. All right, and so one example I'm going to share with you is an email impersonation that claims to be from Social Security. And in the first example of this email. This is how it looks on your mobile device. It's a little harder to detect as a scam on your mobile device, right? From it says from, and you can't see the full email address. You'd have to click on it to see the full email address, right? So if you don't click on it, all you see is department. So it's okay, whatever. It's from department, right? But then it says, get your new information now. To see your statement, please download the file from this link. And it looks like it's a link to ssa.gov, which is Social Security's website, is ssa.gov, right? So here's this email claiming you have a statement that you need to download. It looks like it links you to ssa.gov/form/your-report. And it says, we hope you find your new statement useful and informative. And then it said, thank you for using the Social Security Administration services. Please do not reply to this email. We are unable to respond to messages. And that's also got this note at the bottom, which is kind of funny. It says, this file works on computers only. So, anyway, this is an example of impersonation scam, a Social Security impersonation scam. Except in this case, it's claiming that a statement was generated and sent to you, your Social Security statement. It has a fake link here. They're trying to get you to click this link. And they're trying to get you to click it on your computer only, because it's probably going to link you to a virus. That's why they're saying this file works on computers only. So, again, what I have on my screen now is how it looks on your mobile device. So it's a little harder to detect as a scam on your mobile device. But now let's take a look at this email on your computer. Right? Let's say an Outlook or whatever. Now it becomes a lot more obvious that it's a scam. Right? First of all, you can see the actual email address. And it's not from ssa.gov. It's some random email address from outside the U.S. I think it's Kenya. Right? But it's some strange email, safaricom.co.ke. Right? So right off the bat, that's a red flag. It's not really from Social Security. You know. And the other red flag is now you can move your mouse over the link. Right? You hover over the link, and you can see it doesn't really point to ssa.gov. It actually points to some random gibberish website. There's random numbers and letters. But on the phone, you can't really see that. Whereas on the computer, you hover over it, and boom, you can tell right away, wait a minute, this isn't a real website. This is a fake website. So it's not really from Social Security. So that's just one example of a Social Security impersonation scam. You know, the fake emails that come in saying that the reports from Social Security. You know, but also, you know, the phone calls. Watch out for Social Security impersonation, phone calls, because that's a big problem too. The scammers are calling people directly, claiming there's problems with their Social Security benefits or accounts, and trying to steal money that way. Be suspicious of anything from Social Security. Just know that scammers impersonate them a lot. In fact, on the letters that come from Social Security, like the actual physical letters that actually come from Social Security that are mailed to you, right on the envelope, beware of Social Security scams. So they're warning people, even on their website, on the Social Security website, there's a whole section warning about Social Security scams, and so they're aware of it. It's a big issue. How we all doing out there? Say hi in the chat. Let me know you're watching. It's your first time joining. Say hello, hit subscribe. We do this live stream every week. The goal is to spread awareness about common scams. So stick around. Maybe you'll learn about a common scam that you didn't know about. We'll tell you how to identify them. And spreading awareness is key, right? You want to recognize these scams before you lose money, because once you lose money, a lot of times you're not going to be able to get it back. And sometimes it's life savings. People are losing these life savings and their retirement funds and everything to these scammers. So it's extremely important to be able to recognize these scams and be aware of the extent that these scammers will go. They'll impersonate everybody. Right? We've already seen examples on this live stream today. I've shown you they impersonate your bank. They impersonate the sheriff's office or your local law enforcement agency. They'll impersonate your loved one. They'll even impersonate your child. Like, how are they impersonating my kid? But they do. I showed an example earlier in the live stream. So there's no limit to what extent these scammers will go to try and steal your money. They'll impersonate anybody, literally. Yeah. They impersonate the police. They don't care. They're impersonating the police. They're calling people up and saying, oh, there's a warrant out for your arrest. I'm with the sheriff's office. They're impersonating the police. They don't care. So the whole point is watch out. They impersonate government agencies. They impersonate Social Security. The next example of scams, we're going to look at some IRS scams. Right? The scammers, they impersonate everybody. make sure to say hi in the chat. If you just joined, give us a few likes. I can't see the viewer count, so I have no idea how many people are here, but I see people talking on both streams. We got 2 streams going tonight. We got a vertical stream and a wide screen stream going. So there's two separate chats, but I'm checking in to each of them. So if it takes me a minute to answer, that's why I'm just bouncing back and forth between the chats as I do these presentations here. But I'll try to answer everybody, and I'm checking in. But in the meantime, say hi, hit the heart, give us some reactions. Definitely need some likes. If you don't subscribe yet, hit the subscribe button. And let me know how you heard about us in the chat. I want to hear your stories too. If you fell for a scam or you're being targeted by a scam, right? Tell us. I want to hear about it. But anyway, the next scam we're going to talk about here are tax and IRS impersonation scams. And similar to Social Security impersonation scams, there's different variations of these IRS impersonation type scams, right? It could be an email, it could be a text message, it could be a phone call. We know that these types of scams are using all different ways to reach victims, right? But in some of these impersonation scams, usually the phone calls, the fraudsters impersonate tax authorities, claiming the victim owes taxes and must pay immediately to avoid penalties or arrest. They often demand payment via untraceable methods. Right? They call you up. They claim they're from the IRS. They claim that you owe taxes. They claim they're going to come and arrest you, and you got to pay immediately. They're trying to scare you. They'll threaten you with arrest. They'll try to tell you got to pay immediately. All right, but it's a scam. And the IRS doesn't operate that way either. You'll be getting official notices, and they won't be calling you up saying make a payment over the phone now. And especially a lot of times in these scams, we talked about this on our red flag when we were talking about the red flags. But a lot of times when they're impersonating the IRS, they'll try to get you to purchase gift cards or cryptocurrency. They'll say you got to make a payment with gift cards, payment with cryptocurrency, and those are all red flags. Government agencies do not accept those forms of payment, including the IRS. But anyway, beware of IRS impersonation scams, whether it's somebody calling, somebody emailing, a text message, random text message received. In the example I'm going to share with you here is actually a text message example. And the IRS warned us about this exact text message this year. So this is a recent scam that's going around this year, this tax season. It's probably still going around. And in this text message, they're claiming that you're eligible to receive a $1,400 economic impact payment. Right? So this type of scam is different. They're offering you a payment that isn't real. But they're saying, please provide your accurate personal information. We will deposit the amount into your bank account or mail a paper check within 1 to 2 business days. And then it has a fake link, right? But what they're going to do is they're going to ask you for your bank account details. They're going to say, hey, we can deposit your check into your bank account details. But there's no check. They're going to steal your bank account information. And the IRS warned specifically about this text message. One, they're not reaching out to people via text message, even if there was a economic impact payment. 2, there is no economic impact payment. There's no $1,400 economic impact payment right now. All right, so if you get this text message, rest assured it's a scam. And you can tell from the fake link. They actually tried to make it look like it's irs.gov, but that's actually a subdomain. It's .subsidy.ion or -ion.com. So it's not irs.gov. That's just like a subdomain they used. They try to make it look like it's the website, but it's not. Welcome back, CJ Webb. And also on this example, of this text message, they have that instruction again at the end. Right? I mentioned it a few times on these other examples we showed you. But the text message says, please reply with yes, then exit and reopen. And that's always a red flag. A lot of these scam text messages, they include that instruction. They want you to reply. Then they know the phone number is active. They know to target you with more scams then. So they want you to reply. And also, if you reply, it activates their link, making it more like you click on it. So don't reply. Don't engage with these text messages. Report them as junk, delete them. Especially this one. 100% fake. It's a scam. The IRS warned us about it this year. Also, what's interesting about this scam is they warned us about the email version of this scam 2 years ago. So that's just another example about how scams that come through email can be adapted to a text message, or a text message scam can be adapted to email, right? Because the email version we were warned about a couple years ago. So also be aware of that one. I'm sure it's still circulating. Just because they warned us a couple years ago, it doesn't mean it's gone. And I'm sure that one's circulating too. So you need to be suspicious of any type of communication claiming to be from the IRS. Whether it's a phone call or an email, a text message. I mean, the most realistic ones are the actual letters they mail to you, but even them, you gotta make sure to confirm that they're real. So that's a tax or IRS impersonation scam. They always pick up during the holidays. Not the holidays, during tax season. My bad. Yeah, I see CJ in the chat. CJ Web Designer saying he's a web designer, and I do ad and campaigns for clients using Meta. I get so many scams wanting to connect to my computer for helping with ads. Yeah, I believe it. Yep. Even just my Facebook page, Scamware 101 page that we have on Facebook. I get messages all the time saying that my page is going to be deactivated and I need to click a link to, but they just come from random scammers. Like, they're not really from Facebook. Lots of Facebook scams, whether it's on the business end like you're talking about, right? But even on the user end, though, the amount of scams. I got a video coming out soon that I started working on about Facebook scams just on the user's end. And in the comments alone, people leaving comments on things, there's so many scams just in the comments. It's crazy. If you just joined us, welcome to the live stream. We do this every week. Cover about 20 different types of scams. We're in the last hour here of the live stream. We got probably maybe like another half hour, 45 minutes to go maybe. We'll see. But still lots of good stuff coming up here, so stay tuned in. Make sure to click that thumbs up if you haven't yet. We need as many likes as we could get. Make sure to subscribe. A lot of these scams we have videos about too. So subscribe to our YouTube channel, and you can check out the videos later, share them with some friends. And make sure to join our free mailing list here on scamaware101.com. Just go to our website, click Join Mailing List. Scamaware101.com. And while you're there, you can follow us on all your favorite social media. We have our Facebook page, our Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky. We have links all on our homepage here. We also have that QR code on the screen that you could scan if you want to donate financially. We'll gladly take donations to help out. You go to scamaware101.com/donate or scan the QR code on your screen. And then we also got those super thanks on YouTube enabled too. So feel free to hit that super thanks and send us a couple bucks. We'll take it. But don't feel obligated. If you do, we appreciate it. But we're happy if you just give us a like. Give us a like, hit subscribe. We're happy with that. Because you can help spread awareness that way too. The more likes we get, the more subscribers we get, the more our content spreads. So, next scam we're going to talk about, staying on the theme of IRS and tax scams, is tax forgiveness scams. They always pop up during tax season. I think the calls finally started slowing down a little bit, but the past couple months there have been a lot of reports about these tax forgiveness phone calls. And the robocalls, they're scammers, but the robocalls are calling everybody, and they'll say that you have back taxes and call us back within a week, and we'll be able to get tax forgiveness for you. And it's a very common scam. They're trying to use fear. They're trying to scare you by saying you owe back taxes, where this robocall just says that to everybody. It doesn't know if you do or not. They're trying to get you to act quickly, saying they can only help you within the week, right? So they're trying to get you to act quickly and act in fear and call them back. And it's a shady little scam that pops up every tax season. And I have a phone call here that I'm going to play for you as an example. And this phone call was reported to me by multiple people. So let's take a listen to it. If there's a lag, bear with it. We should stop in a minute, but I think we've been okay. Let me know in the chat if there ends up being a lag, but I think we'll be okay. I'm going to play this recording of a tax forgiveness scam phone call. Here you go.
Hi, this is Lindsay Carter from the Activation Department. Give me a call back at 833-850-2527. Our records indicate you have some back taxes owed. You're now eligible to apply for them to be forgiven with the Zero Tax Balance Program. Any back owed taxes can be enrolled to be forgiven through this program. But we do need to sign up this week. Just give me a call so we can start the process. It's really quick, and I'll keep your file open here. So my number is 833-850-2527. If you've already resolved this, call back and press 2 to be removed. Can't wait to speak with you. 2.
So that was a recording of a robocall that's going out. That's part of a tax forgiveness scam. And again, it starts off by saying, first of all, everybody's getting this call. It's just calling random phone numbers. They don't really know anything about anybody, right? And thank you, CJ, for the $5 super thanks. Awesome, I appreciate it, man. CJ says, thanks for your time and spreading awareness. Well, thanks for the support, man. I appreciate it. We're going to keep on trying to do it, man, every week. And even these little donations, they help. They definitely do. So, good stuff. Eventually, we're not really selling anything right now. So eventually I want to get some courses set up and do some speaking, but we're not really pushing a product yet. So the donations right now definitely help. So thank you. Thank you for that super thanks. Appreciate it. So these tax forgiveness scams, you need to watch out for them. They always pick up during tax season. They call you. It's a robocall. And that call we just listened to, they use AI. It sounds real. It almost sounded like a real lady was calling and talking to you specifically, but it's just a recording, right? Even though it says, we'll keep the file on our desk. Well, no, you're not, because it's just, you're saying the same thing. There is no file, right? So it's a scam. It's misleading. They tell you to, they got a call back this week. They're trying to rush you immediately. They're telling everybody there's back taxes owed. And a lot of people reported this one to me. And the feedback I received was someone had recently filed their taxes, and they thought it was all good and everything. And then they got that call and they thought, oh, this must be because I filed and I did something wrong. Right. So they start thinking in their head, I just filed my taxes. Now suddenly I'm getting a call about it. I must owe this. I must owe back taxes. And they call us scammers, and the scammers, do their thing. The tax forgiveness scam would go in various ways, different ways. They could try to get into your accounts and try to make you pay for services they're not going to provide at all. Or they could actually steal your tax return, maybe. That's a big thing. Scammers have been stealing people's tax returns. So the list goes on. But the point is, you need to be aware of these types of scams during tax season. And a couple of them are still floating around. We're not that far off from tax season, so they're still getting these calls, and important to be aware of them. This next scam we're going to talk about, I don't know what the official name for this type of scam is. I've just been calling it a discount scam, but I'll have to find out what the official name is for it. But I'm going to play a recording, a voicemail recording. And in this case, it's impersonating Comcast. And it's claiming that your 50% discount is going to expire today. So basically, it's saying that you're a Comcast customer. You get a call like this saying your bill's going to double because your 50% off is going to expire. Right? So they're trying to scare you into like, wait, what? And it says, call us back. Well, you'll hear the recording, but I just want to frame it for you here. Now, I actually received this phone call. I'm not a Comcast customer, so I knew right away it was a scam. But if you are a Comcast customer, it's especially important to be aware of this one. And this type of scam, just because the example I'm going to play, they impersonate Comcast, they're impersonating all different providers. Right? Just because the example is Comcast, that doesn't mean they're not impersonating Verizon or Optum Online or anybody else. Right? They're impersonating them all. So let me play an example of this Comcast impersonation scam.
Hello. This voicemail is from Comcast Xfinity. Your current 50% discount on your monthly bill will expire by the end of the day. To maintain your reduced rate, call the number on your caller ID immediately. This is your final reminder to act. Call back now. Thank you.
I'm going to play that one more time. So again, this is an example of a fake. They're saying that your Comcast bill, your 50% discount is going to expire today, and to call back immediately. Right, and I don't believe they left a real number. I just want to see that red flag was there, where they say just call back number, but they don't actually leave a number, because that's a big red flag. But let me play that one more time and let me confirm that they said that.
Hello. This voicemail is from Comcast Xfinity. Your current 50% discount on your monthly bill will expire by the end of the day. To maintain your reduced rate, call the number on your caller ID immediately. This is your final reminder to act. Call back now. Thank you.
Yeah, so you know what? There was that big red flag, right? They did that whole red flag where it says, call back the number under caller ID. That's always a big red flag. When they don't even leave a real phone number, when they're telling you to call the number that's shown on your screen or call the number shown on caller ID, it's a scam. A huge red flag, that's a scam, right? So right off the bat, it's concerning. So anyway, the way that this scam works is obviously if I had been a Comcast customer, and again, it's a numbers game to them. They're just calling hundreds of thousands of phone numbers, and eventually some of them are going to be Comcast customers, right? And it says that your 50% discount is going to expire today, meaning your bill is going to double, right? And they call back, to discuss it, right? And what's going to happen now is if the victim calls back to discuss it, they call the number shown on screen, which is a scammer. They're calling back a scammer, right? What's going to happen, or in the case of the reports of this type of scam, recent reports say, what will happen is they'll say, well, this offer is about to expire, but we have another offer going on. We partnered with Target, for example. And if you pay with a Target gift card, you could keep the same price for the year. You just have to pay with a Target gift card. So if you go to Target, purchase a $500 gift card, provide it to us, that pays for your year right there. You get to keep your discount and you're paid for the year. But it has to be paid with a Target gift card, right? So that's how this scam goes. They trick the customer into, well, go purchase a $500 Target gift card, right? Send it to us. And now the scammer has the gift card. They just made $500. Like the whole thing was a lie. It wasn't really Comcast. There was no change your Comcast bill. There was no partnership with Target. It was just a scam to trick you into purchasing a gift card, $500 gift card, providing it to this scammer. At least that's how the reports of this scam seem to be going. We have a few reports on the AARP website about this one. All right, and this person reported this one, and this was reported on 5/6, so last month, like a month ago. A little over a month ago. Cable called to offer me 50% off my bill, right? So this could go both ways. Not only could the call say that your 50% discount is going to expire, like the example I shared, it could also be framed as like a new offer. Save 50% on your bill if you purchase this gift card or pay with a gift card. Yeah, this report says they called, left a message to call back. He called back. They said there was a promotion. It said he's a valued customer, so they're offering 6 months at an extremely discounted rate. What's interesting about this report, the victim says they knew the amount and told me the last 4 of my checking account number that was debited. Right, so that's key. That they knew things about him, and that's something to be aware of. Scammers know things about victims. A lot of our information is being sold on the dark web. Sometimes I say, we all have, growing up where like when you did something bad, they're like, it's going to be on your permanent record, right? Well, we kind of all have a permanent record on the dark web where information that's stolen about us, logins that were stolen from third parties, information, like the last 4 digits of the guy's checking account. One of his third parties got breached that he has checking account, that had his checking account on file or last 4 digits, and the scammer saw it, or maybe they got a copy of a receipt or saw an invoice. So now they know the last 4 digits of this guy's checking account. They have that information and they use it. They build it into the scam just to sound more believable. It's like, hey, we really are your cable company. We have the last 4 digits of your checking account. See? So it's important to be aware that they know things about you and they use those things to try and convince you as part of their scams. And in this case, he was told that they were teaming up with Target and he could pay for his cable bill in advance for 50% off if he pays with a Target gift card. He needed to pay 6 months in advance. But that's a scam. It's just a scam to get a Target gift card from him. Because always remember, the red flag is the gift card. Any mention of gift cards is a red flag because scammers love getting paid in gift cards. So that's another batch of common scams that we just wrapped up talking about here. We got a few more left. We got some more good stuff coming up on this live stream. We keep on going. We just hit, was it 8:45 Eastern time? We started at 5:45. So we just hit wrapped up our third hour here. We got maybe like, let's say, maybe 30, 45 minutes more left in me. I'm going to keep going here. Give the people from the West Coast a chance to come in and say hi. And if you're just joining from the West Coast, say hi in the chat. Let us know you're watching. Or from anywhere else in the world, for that matter. We had someone earlier from Portugal. I don't know if we're still watching, but it looked like we had Rule from Portugal earlier, so that's cool. It's always good seeing international viewers. All right, so I mentioned earlier we usually go over tools and software. I wasn't feeling it at that moment, so I pushed it, and we're going to go over it now. So let's talk about some common tools and software that could help you, stay safe from scamming. And it's a good time to point out here, the scamaware101.com website, we're trying to build it out into a one-stop shop portal, for information and data on scams, tools and software, resources, all on free information about scams. Right? We have our upcoming events are listed here. We have the links to our social media platforms and profiles. But really what we're trying to do is just build up some educational resources, build up a knowledge base. We have our video library, which pretty much just links to our YouTube channel, because we have a lot of scam awareness videos on our YouTube channel. We got our free mailing list here, right? So go to scamaware101.com. You can join our free mailing list. But I want to take a few minutes to talk about the tools and software section on our page here. Because we have some links. They're all third-party links, but it's to some tools and software. There's a couple of affiliate links, too, which I'm very clear about. But for most part, these are just links to third-party tools and software that we found useful, right? And if anything, I want to start off with the first section here about these data breach lookup tools. Because we were just talking a moment ago about how scammers know things about you, right? That victim reported that the scammer knew the last 4 digits of his checking account and knew information about him. All right, and that's because all our information, third parties that we've used, companies that we've used, services that we've used, our information is being stolen from them, right? So no matter how secure you be about not revealing your information, the people that you have revealed, the companies you have revealed your information to, they're getting your data stolen, right? And it's been going on for years. We're always hearing about these major data breaches, whether it's our health information, banking account information, pretty much every telecommunications provider, internet provider, they've been breached at this point. Phone providers, Verizon, T-Mobile, they've all been breached. And our data has been stolen. So there's so much information about us that these scammers know. And the reason why we should care that they know this information is because they work it into their scams and use it against us. When they reach out to us through an email, they'll include an account number to make it seem more convincing because they know an account number, for example, right? Or when they call you, they'll say, hey, I know the last 4 digits of your checking account number, or I know your social security number. You provided it to us, right? It's definitely, but it's a scammer, and they'll use this information to try and convince you that they're legit. So anyway, where I'm going with that is we have some data breach lookup tools here. Right, so the first section on our online tools and software page is 4 different links to 4 different data breach lookup tools. It's all free. All 4 of them are free. They're to trustworthy sources, right? And how they work is you can put in your email address, or some of them you put in your email address or phone number. Some let you check both, which you should check both if it's available. But you should go. They all give you a report for free, right? You could go to each of these links, get a report on your email address, get a report on your phone number, and it tells you what breaches and what information about you has been exposed, linked to your email address, linked to your phone number, and what other data has been exposed about you. And some of these will even come back and tell you passwords, account passwords that have been exposed, right? So it's very important. You just check out these links. You run a check on your email address, you run a check on your phone number, and it might come back and tell you some passwords that you're using. You're like, wait a minute, my passwords are out there, you better change them, right? Or it'll tell you other information that's been exposed. Your social security number, has that been exposed? Or what accounts data has been exposed? Like it'll say your birth date, your address, things like that, right? Because it's important to know what information the scammers have on you. Again, these 4 links, they'll give you a report for free. A couple of them might try to sell you dark web monitoring or identity theft monitoring after the fact, but you'll get the reports for free. So definitely check out those links. See what information is being leaked about you as far as your email address and phone number are attached to. And be prepared. It might come back with some scary stuff. You know, it might come back with some logins that are just sitting there, you know, publicly available. So again, it's on our online tools and software page. That's the first section that we link to, is those data breach lookup tools. The next section, we actually have a couple affiliate links here. So full transparency. But the 3 pieces of software that we have links here to, I stand behind them. You know, we got NordPass Premium. It's a password manager. And password managers are important because those data leaks. You're supposed to have a unique password for every single login. Right? But how are you going to keep track of all those unique passwords? Well, you use a password manager. And that's what NordPass does. It lets you use unique and individual unique logins for every single account, and you can keep track of them that way. They'll autofill in the forms when you try to log in, or they'll autofill them for you a lot of times. You can use them across multiple devices. It's a good password manager. And if you use our affiliate link here, you get 56% off and 3 extra months. I think it's like $35 for like 2 years. All right, so it's definitely a good deal. So if you need a password manager, use our link, get the discount. Right, save a bunch of money. Why not? We get a little bit of a cut. NordVPN, right? Also, I mean, and Nord is an industry company. They're well known, right? And I use NordVPN. It's a great VPN service. And use this link if you need a VPN or was considering buying one. You get 72% off, includes up to a year free. I think it ended up being like $100 for like 2 years or something like that. But if you're considering purchasing NordVPN, use the link, save some money, we get a small cut. And then Malwarebytes Premium, right? If you're into IT industry, you know, you should know Malwarebytes. And the premium version just offers real-time protection. So it's good antivirus software. Premium version runs in real time, protection real time, and we got a link, save 25% off. So I stand behind all that software. I have no problem having links here, and I just picked the biggest discounts I could get as an affiliate and put the links here up for you. This way you could save the maximum amount possible. And yeah, so use my link if you're going to buy the software. And we have a few links to some free software too that are useful. We have a link to Malwarebytes Browser Guard, which I just find it useful, right? It's a free browser extension. It plugs into Chrome, Firefox, whatever your browser is, right? And it blocks out, it filters out a lot of annoying ads and scams, and just helps keep a lot of junk off your, when you're browsing the internet. It's not like, it's not guaranteed protection, but it does filter out a lot of ads, and I've seen it block a lot of malicious stuff. So it's a free browser extension. We have the link here. Check it out. I like it. It's pretty good. Then we have the link to Malwarebytes Free. I mentioned Premium earlier, which offers real-time protection. Well, Malwarebytes Free, you can download for free. You can just run scans on demand. Right. So the only difference is it's not protecting you, but you could still run a scan and it'll clean up your computer and check for anything that's bad. So the link's right there. It's free. Check it out. I have a link to Bitdefender Antivirus. I'm actually going to take that link off at this point. But if you are looking for a free antivirus because you don't have one, right? You should really get premium. But if you have no antivirus, you're just relying on the built-in Windows antivirus. We have a link to Bitdefender Antivirus Free. And it's the free version. It's better than having no antivirus on top of Windows. And it just has some extra safeguards like browser protection when you're browsing the internet. And sometimes they nag at you to purchase the premium version, which is a little annoying. And some people complain about speed issues. Seems to be fine for me, so I put it there. It's better than having no antivirus, I believe. So it's there. And then next section we have here on our online tools and software page, we have some links to some third-party reverse image lookup tools. Now these are pretty cool, and they're really useful when it comes to romance type scams. Because what they let you do is, let's say you meet someone on a dating website, you have their pictures, you can run their pictures through these reverse image lookups. And they'll check and see if they find their pictures anywhere else, which means the person might have stolen those pictures from someone, right? We have a link to one called TinEye reverse image search, right? You put the person's picture in, it'll come back to if it finds it anywhere else. And there's also a link to Bing Visual Search and Google Image Search, which do the same thing. They're all free, and it's just an extra tool you could use to kind of check on if who you're talking to is real, especially on dating websites, because we know scammers are just using fake images stolen from other people, and it's a big problem with romance scams. So at least run the person's pictures through these reverse image checks and see what it comes back with. Another section we have here on our online tools and software page, we have some links to some third-party website safety lookup tools. There's a link to Norton Safe Web, where you can bring up the website, pop in a web address. It'll tell you if there's any ratings or reviews about the website. We have a link to Google Safe Browsing, where you can check the website if it was detected as unsafe or dangerous to visit. We have a link to Virus Total, which will also tell you if any malware or other problems with the site were detected. They're not 100% guaranteed, but they're just some tools, some extra tools you could use as if you're checking on a website to see if there happens to be any reviews or anything dangerous about it. So those are useful. And the last section here, and again, they're all free. And the last section here is we have a couple links to some scam tracker tools, which I think they're fun, right? We got the BBB scam tracker tool and the AARP scam tracking map. And these tools are great because you can open them up and they'll tell you the reports of scams that are coming in. You could limit it to area, see what's being reported in your state or in your area, or just leave it on nationwide. You can see what kind of scams are being reported throughout the nation and get an idea of which ones are becoming more common and pick it up. So usually I wrap up these live streams a little later by, we'll bring up the AARP scam tracking map and we'll check in real time what people have been reporting. Usually get checked the reports from within a couple days ago. So stay tuned, and that's how we usually wrap up the live stream. We spend a few minutes checking out those reports and seeing what's going around. But anyway, so again, these were all these third-party tools and resources, software that we linked to under our online tools and software section on our website, scamaware101.com. That's just one of the many things many features and areas of the site we're trying to build up, related to scam awareness and protecting yourself. So go check that out. If anything, definitely use those data breach lookup tools, at least to see if any of your passwords are floating around and whether information might be out there about you. They're free. The reports are free. And so check it out. And while you're on the scamaware101.com website, hit join mailing list and join our free mailing list. We really don't send out too much stuff. We just send out reminders about when we're going live. We'll send notifications when we do a new video, some warnings. We sent out an email warning before the Memorial Day weekend, right? Just reminding people about those road toll scams, right? Because when you're traveling for the holidays, those road toll scams pick up. So things like that, all good stuff. Just join a free mailing list. You can unsubscribe if you want, but we don't abuse the privilege. It's pretty good. Again, that was the tools and software section we just talked about on our website, because we're trying to make it all in one source for anything scam awareness related. We also have a whole section, educational resources, links to third parties and official government websites and credit check links. So a lot of stuff under educational resources too. How we all doing out there? Say hi in the chat. Give us some reactions. Let us know you're watching. I see CJ saying he's working and listening in the background. That's all good. We appreciate it. If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. Share your experiences with us. Let us know what scams you're encountering. Even if it's just the scam emails you get, right? I mean, we all get scam emails. I know we get them all day long, whether the ones that impersonate Netflix and tell you there's a billing error, or Amazon Prime, time to renew, and links you to a fake website. Geek Squad, that's a popular one. These fake Geek Squad bills, which are actually kind of the same as these fake order notifications, except as a fake invoice, right? And then they trick you into calling a scammer instead of Geek Squad. Lots of scam emails. But despite all those scam emails, scammers still use the snail mail to send out scams, the postal service, believe it or not. And this next portion of our live stream, we actually have some examples to show you of these snail mail scams that are circulating. These are all recent scams that are circulating through the postal service, arriving in people's mailboxes, actual letters. Because scammers haven't given up on traditional methods of scamming either. And what's interesting about the snail mail scams we're going to show you is there's a lot of email versions of those scams too. You know, just like the text message and email scams being altered to fit those methods, you know, they could be altered to fit on a regular letter too, most of the times. A postcard or a letter arrives in an envelope. So we got a few examples of those that we're going to share right now and make you aware of. And we're going to start with a free gift card or postcard scam. Free gift postcard scam. Meaning, let me get the examples up here. Meaning you get a postcard offering you a free gift. It doesn't necessarily have to be a postcard offering a free gift. It could be a letter offering a free gift, a flyer offering a free gift. But the example we're going to share with you is a postcard offering a free gift. And the thing about these types of scams, basically victims receive a physical postcard in the mail offering a free gift. When the victim attempts to activate the gift card by scanning a QR code, usually, malware is installed on their device, or a fake website is opened to steal personal information. Right? So now that QR codes have kind of become mainstream, these snail mail scams and physical flyer scams, they've kind of been brought back into the mainstream now because the scammers could use QR codes on them. And an example you see on the screen is an example of a postcard. It's offering free wireless Bluetooth earbuds, just like the retail website scam offered, right? Because it's a popular item, so we see it being used by multiple scammers on different types of scams. They're offering you a free wireless earbuds, and then they say, scan this QR code. But if you scan that QR code, you'll be taken to a phishing website, a fake website that steals your personal information. And in this case, the person that reported it said it steals their Amazon info and their name, address, credit card details. So you need to be skeptical of free offers that come in the mail. Just like with those fake retail websites, if an offer sounds too good to be true, it probably is. So do your research and don't react immediately and give away your billing information, right? So this is an example of a postcard version of a scam with a QR code. But QR code scams in general, I could have another section of this live stream dedicated to QR code scams because there's so many different reports coming in now. Just to give you some quick examples of other QR code scams because they're important to be aware of. Right, we're hearing about parking meter QR code scams. So you know how some places they have QR codes on parking meters now. You can scan the QR codes, right, and pay for your parking. Well, scammers have been putting fake QR codes on top of the parking meter QR codes, right? So you scan it, you're taking a fake website, you're actually providing your billing detail to a scammer, instead of paying for parking. Hey, JC, welcome to the chat. Good to see you. Another example, we're hearing about fake parking tickets being left on people's windshields, right? And they have a QR code to scan. So someone thinks they're going to pay a parking ticket, they scan a QR code, they're actually sending money to a scammer. All right, and we're hearing about all sorts of malicious QR codes that are on flyers. We're hearing about QR codes being used in emails, but let's stick with snail mail scams here. Right, so you need to be careful with QR codes nowadays. The thing with QR codes is the same thing as clicking on a link, right? And you can't just click on random links. You need to be suspicious of links, just like you need to be suspicious of QR codes, because all they are is basically a scam. They take you to a link, right? So yeah, snail mail scams, physical, actual letters that arrive, postcards with QR codes. Be suspicious of them, especially free gifts that sound too good to be true. And I want to talk a little bit more about QR codes because I have a QR code on my screen, right? I have the donate QR code. And the thing that separates this from like a QR code scammer, right, is first of all, right under QR code, I have the URL there, scamaware101.com/donate. So you don't even have to scan the QR code, right? You can just go directly to the link. And that's really the most trustworthy kind of QR code is one that you don't have to scan. Right? Like if they're trying to, if they're trying to hide where it goes to and not make it obvious where the QR code goes to, then it's, you shouldn't trust it. It could be a scam. But at least in my case, I have I'm telling you where you go directly. You don't even have to scan the QR code, right? I have the address right under it. Scamaware101.com/donate. Right? So if you're ever going to scan a QR code, but you see a URL or the address, just skip the QR code altogether and go directly to the URL if you think, if it's a trustworthy URL. That's one tip as far as QR codes go. And in any case, if you're going to scan the QR code, at least preview where the link goes to, because it usually will pop up the address and it'll show you where it goes before going there. It gives you an option if you actually want to go there after it shows you where it goes. So at least check where it's going, before, allowing your phone to go there. But anyway, just be suspicious of QR codes. We're seeing more and more reports of them, whether it's in physical, actual letters and postcards, and even digitally, whether they're being attached to emails and things like that too. So, by the way, I want to stay on topic of these snail mail scams. And this example of the scam was just of a fake free gift postcard that arrives in your mail, trying to get you to scan it. The next snail mail scam we're going to talk about. Excuse me. Let me take a sip of coffee from my throat here out of my Scamaware 101 travel mug. Keep my coffee nice and warm during the live stream here, and it can keep your coffee nice and warm too. We have them available on our Scamaware YouTube channel, along with a few other items. And all joking aside, the items that we have on our YouTube channel, I picked out ones that are meant to be on your desk and in front of you, right? Just to remind you about scams. Like you have your coffee mug here, it's on your desk, it says Scamaware right on the side. You're reading your email, you're about ready to click on a malicious link and a scam, and then you see your mug and you're reminded, oh, wait a minute, I got to remember scams. Right? I got a mouse pad on there too, so you're about ready to click on something malicious and then you see on your mouse pad, Scamaware, right? So I tried to pick things that would be in front of you and just kind of remind you about scams. So we have some cool little items like that on our YouTube channel. So check them out. Just fun little things, and they're marked up a little bit and it helps out. But anyway, let's go back and continue talking about some scams here. The next scam we're going to talk about, snail mail scam, are inheritance scams. Again, we know the same type of scam. There's email versions, etc. But in the snail mail version, victims are contacted with claims of a large inheritance from an unknown relative. But to claim it, they must pay fees or provide personal details. These scams exploit curiosity and greed to steal money and identity information. Look, in a lot of ways that these inheritance scams work is the scammer impersonates a law office. They reach out to you, they impersonate a law office, they say that they found a relative of yours, that you're entitled to an inheritance. They'll facilitate the whole thing. Right? And it's a very convincing letter, a very convincing offer, right? But it's a scammer. And they try to trick you into paying fees and taxes first, which you mentioned a little bit earlier about other scams, but they try to get you to pay fees and taxes first. And that's how they scam you. They steal all that money, and there never was inheritance. And an example of the snail mail version of this scam, here's a letter, an actual physical letter that was received. It was dated November 29th, so it's less than a year old. This is an active scam, currently circulating. The example is recent. It's got fake letterhead. It looks like it's from a law office. It's got a logo. And the thing that was interesting about this scam is the person that it was addressed to, it says dear and then the person's name. The last name matched the person they claim passed away in the letter, the relative, right? So this scam, how it works is they're sending the same letter out, mailing this letter out to multiple people, but they do try to make it seem realistic by using the name of the person it's going to, making it match the supposed client that is leaving you an inheritance. So it's an interesting detail they use to try and make it seem more realistic. It's personalized, and it does use the last name of the person the letter is being mailed to. But everything else on a letter is identical. And a quick Google search of any of the text in this letter, it returns tons of people receiving the exact same letter, exact same text, exact same amount, everything word for word, except It just has names matching their names instead. So let me read you a little bit about this inheritance scam letter. I just kind of summarize what the letter says here. Basically, they're claiming to be a law firm out of Canada. It says that there is an unclaimed life insurance policy held by their deceased client. They said that their client, who shares the same last name as you, and then they put the person's name here and it matches the last name of who this is addressed to. Right? It says you're entitled to over a $10 million inheritance from this person because they share the same last name. The person died during COVID about 4 years ago. And no other family members have come forth to claim the insurance. So this law firm, supposedly, it's a scammer, but this law firm says that they believe you're entitled to the inheritance, you share the same last name, and they're willing to facilitate the whole transaction and everything for you. You're entitled to $10 million of inheritance. They say this is 100% risk-free. They have all the necessary documentation to expedite the process in a highly professional and confidential manner. Right? Confidential. There's that red flag we mentioned. When you start mentioning keeping things secret and being confidential, it's a red flag. And they mention it a couple more times, right? So the letter goes on to say, I will provide all the relevant documents to substantiate your claim as the beneficiary. This claim requires a high level of confidentiality, and it may take up to 30 business days, right? So they mention confidentiality twice, which is always a red flag. But the way this scam works is you think you're entitled to $10 million if you believe this. Eventually, if you interact with the scammer, they're going to try to get you to pay fees and taxes up front. And that's the scam. They're going to try to get you paid. And that's a lot of money. Think about that. The amount of fees and taxes on $10 million. That's probably going to be a couple $1 million, a few $1 million, whatever they say you have to pay. But then they keep the fees, they keep the taxes, and there never was an inheritance. That's how the scam works. So again, this is an actual example of a letter, a physical letter going out in the mail. That's an inheritance scam. Just last year, the end of last year, November, it's less than a year old. So it's an active scam. It's circulating. Again, we did a quick Google search and found plenty of other people reporting the same type of scam. The same exact type of inheritance scam, we've seen people report email versions of this type of scam. So there's also email versions that take the same approach. They impersonate a law firm. They claim there's inheritance. And so be aware of these inheritance scams. This type of scam has been around for a while. If you're just joining us, welcome to the live stream. We're on the last couple portions of our live stream here, but we still got some good stuff left. We'll be going for maybe another 30 minutes or less. We'll see, but we still got some good stuff. A couple more scam examples to share with you and show you. Right now we're talking about snail mail scams, meaning scams that actually come through the postal service, the traditional postal service. Whether it's a postcard, offering a free gift, or a malicious QR code, or an inheritance scam letter claiming to be from a law office. These scams are still circulating. And even though we're going over to snail mail versions of these scams, be aware that there's email versions, text message versions. These scams, the scammers use all forms of communication. They adapt their scams to target you any way they can. Let's see. Next fake renewal scam. I'll go wait till I get a better example of fake renewal scam. I'm going to skip that one for now. I'm going to jump right to our secret shopper, mystery shopper scam. This one's a good one. We actually, our most recent video is actually about this scam. So basically, this is a secret survey check scam. And what I mean by that is basically it's a mystery shopper scam. And you get a physical letter that they're impersonating Walgreens and CVS. Right, so here's an example of the physical letter. And the thing that's unique about these secret survey scams or mystery shopper scams is they'll include a check in the envelope with the letter. And basically what this letter is saying is you've been selected to be a secret shopper You got to fill out a secret survey, customer service survey. And your assignment is to purchase gift cards, and you could keep $450 commission. And the check is included with the envelope. There's actually a physical check. It is supposed to cover the costs of purchasing the gift cards. Right? Gift cards, red flag, right? Of purchasing the gift cards. And this is what also includes your commission. So you actually have a check in hand, and you're thinking, wow, okay, this must be legit. It's actually the exact opposite. Right? But again, the way these letters work is it's a secret survey or a mystery shopper letter. It says you've been selected to be a mystery shopper. The check is included in an envelope, so you think that you already have your commission in hand. Okay. And what they do is they say they want you to go to the store and purchase gift cards. But what's interesting about this scam is it actually instructs you to deposit the check first. So the victim thinks like, okay, wow, I'm going to deposit this check and the money's going to be there, and okay, great. So it instructs them to deposit the check first. But then it says to immediately go and then do the purchases. And what happens is the victim purchases the gift cards, sends them to the scammer. A couple days go by. He's all finished and done. I think, great. Wow, I made $450. That was easy, right? But then 2 days later, 2 or 3 days later, the bank bounces the check. It rejects the check because it's not a real check. And then you're stuck with the $2,000 you spent on gift cards. It's too late. You already sent the scammer the gift cards. They already withdrew the funds. They're gone. You can't get that $2,000 back. And to add insult to injury, your bank charged you a fee for depositing a bad check. And even though we're showing you an example of a mystery shopper type scam that includes a check, fake check scams are still a common thing. We hear about people's cars being stolen. You know, they think they're selling it to somebody, they give them a check, they leave with the car, and then a check bounces 2 days later. Right? So fake checks are still a big thing. It is just one example of a snail mail scam. It'll arrive. You have the letter there. It looks all official with CVS logos, Walgreens logo. Good instructions. But it's not legit. The check's fake. It's going to bounce. And the whole scam is to get you to purchase gift cards. You think you're buying them as a mystery shopper, but you're actually being tricked by a scammer into purchasing and sending gift cards to them. In the first example here of the letter, it asks for Apple gift cards, Razer Gold gift cards, Nike gift cards, or Steam Wallet gift cards. Right? So the gift cards could vary. Scammer's preference, they have all different preferences. Right? And there's a second example of this same type of scam. It was a different letter, right? Still impersonates Walgreens, CVS. Different amounts it wants you to purchase, but still the same deal. Still trying to get you to purchase gift cards is the scam as a mystery shopper. But this scammer only wants Apple gift cards. All right, so instructions only say to go purchase Apple gift cards. But what's interesting about this example of this scam is it actually has a whole list of different stores that you could go to. In the first scam, they just tell you to go to CVS or Walgreens. But in the second example here, it lists Walgreens, Best Buy, Target, CVS, Rite Aid, Family Dollar, Meijer, Kroger, Safeway, Dollar General, Walmart, Speedway, Albertsons. It lists all these different stores you could go and purchase the gift cards at. The Apple gift cards that they want from you. And they make you think, this one, makes you think you're getting a $400 commission. You have the check in hand. You deposit it. You think you're good, but 2 days, 3 days later, the bank rejects it. You lost all that money. The scammer has the gift cards, and the bank hits you with a fee. So, anyway, that's known as a mystery shopper scam or a secret survey scam. We did a video on our YouTube channel about that one with some more examples in it and spent a little bit more time going into the details of the letter. So, it's a fun one. Check it out. A couple key takeaways about that type of scam. Right. Scammers still use the Postal Service to target individuals with snail mail scams. Right? Just because you receive a letter in the mail, that doesn't mean it can be trusted. Don't trust unsolicited letters that include a check in envelope. Even if a check appears to be legitimate, the instructions say wait for it to clear. But my advice is actually contact the bank and confirm the funds are there. Make the person call the bank or have the person, no, you call the bank. Because you can't even trust the scammer to do it. You got to call the bank and confirm that the funds are actually in the account. And you might have to have the scammer on the throughway call to tell the bank. right? Anyway, the whole thing is shady. If you want to risk depositing a check, be aware that you can get hit with a fee if it bounces, right? So if anything, you're going to want to verify the funds are there, which they won't be because this is a scam. Another takeaway, any request to purchase gift cards should be considered red flag. This one was a little unique way that they try to trick you into purchasing gift cards, right? But really, any mention of gift cards need to trigger a red flag. Scammers love receiving gift cards. We know that they want to receive gift cards. So if you're being told to purchase gift cards for any reason, be on alert that these could be a scam. And then, kind of as a side note, receiving a job offer without applying is a red flag. So this is kind of like a job, right? You got an offer out of nowhere, and but it's kind of a red flag. Legitimate job offers won't ask you to deposit and send money, or deposit and purchase and send equipment, right? A lot of these fake job offers, they'll tell you to purchase a laptop and send it to them for onboarding, but it's actually a scam. They just tricked you into buying and sending a laptop to them. But anyway, I don't want to get too off topic. The whole point is, if you suddenly get a job offer out of nowhere, especially if it tells you to deposit money and purchase and send things to them, it's a red flag. Don't trust it. Again, check out our YouTube video on the secret survey check scam or mystery shopper scam. It's on our YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't yet. We've got a lot of good videos. A lot of the scams we covered tonight, we have videos about our YouTube channel. So make sure to subscribe and check them out a little later. Share them with a loved one. It helps spread awareness. If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. We're getting towards the end of the live stream here. We got about 15 more minutes left. But it's one of my favorite portions of the live stream, the last 15 minutes here. Because what we usually do, we open up the AARP scam tracker map and we check what type of scams people are reporting. We could kind of measure the scams that are becoming more popular and get an idea if we covered them or if there's some more that we need to talk about. So if you're just joining us, we still got some more good stuff for you. And make sure to hit that like button. Help us spread awareness. We rely on your likes and subscribers to help boost our content and get the word out about these scams. So hit that like button, that thumbs up button if you haven't yet. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. You could follow us on your favorite social media platforms. We're on Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky. We need to get our Facebook followers up. I want to get this live stream on our Facebook page. We need, last time I checked, we needed 15 more followers to stream on Facebook. So if you're on Facebook, you don't follow us yet, go to facebook.com/scamaware101 and hit that follow button. If you can't find us, we have a link on our homepage to all our social media pages. So we appreciate any likes and follows that we could get. It really helps out. Also, join our free mailing list. We'll remind you when we're going live, send you some useful scam awareness tips from time to time. We won't abuse the privilege, I promise. I'm pretty sure everybody in the chat who's on the mailing list could vouch for us. We're not spamming or sending emails to you every day. So definitely join the free mailing list. It's the best way for us to actually reach out to you and keep you in the loop without you having to constantly checking in for new stuff, Also, we do this live stream every week. We try to do it every week, usually on Thursdays, 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time. We have the schedule on our website here. And we also have the events all listed on our Facebook page too. So another reason to follow us on Facebook is we have all our live stream schedule posted there with upcoming events. With CJ Web Design was on the website. I know, man. I know. It's okay. It's not the best. I rushed and just kind of got it up there, but I have a whole big redesign coming soon. But we rushed this one just to kind of get this up there, and hey, it's not bad for rushing it. It's all old school, so. It's not my best work, but it's all good. CJ Website says it's fine. You're too kind, but I appreciate it. You're too kind. Cool. So, yeah, we're going to get into the scam tracker map now. We usually go for about 15 minutes. We'll see how it goes here, see what people are reporting. And again, hit that like button if you haven't yet. But going back to our tools and software page here. And then that was the last link, the AARP scam tracking map. Oh, and let's see how the lag is on the video. If the stream starts lagging once I open up the site, I'll just kind of wrap it up. But anyway, let's see how it goes here. Hey, it's all good, CJ. I appreciate the offer. I'll keep you in mind. All right, so this is the AARP scam tracking map. Again, we have the link right on our tools and software page. And let me know if it starts getting too laggy here. Sometimes it starts lagging when the page is loading. But anyway, so here's the map of the country and the most recent scams listed here. Right, you can see the most recent ones listed are from 6/25. So only a day old, right? So they must have just updated them. Usually they're 2 days old, so it's pretty cool seeing ones that are only a day old. But yeah, I'm just going to scroll through them real quick and kind of see what scams are being reported recently. See if we covered some of the common ones or if there's some other ones we need to maybe be aware of or talk about. Local sheriff office identified as Deputy Jeffrey called on a recorded line regarding legal matters. Right, so right off the bat, that sounds like an arrest warrant scam. And that was one of the first scams that we talked about. That was the first scam we talked about when we started this live stream at 5:45, right? So there we go. Arrest warrant scams. Watch out for them. Be aware. And remember that the caller ID, these scammers, they can manipulate the caller ID. And we know for a fact that these arrest warrant scams or jury duty scams, they're showing the local sheriff's office. They're showing the phone number on caller ID. So you can't trust the caller ID. Be aware that that scammers are spoofing or manipulating the caller ID. We see that for bank impersonation scams too. They'll show the bank's phone number on there. CJ mentions, what do you think about the phone calls about donating to breast cancer next week, and then next week's to veterans? My wife was getting at least 20 calls a day. Charity scams are a big deal. Whether it's charity scams or whenever there's like a crisis, like a wildfire, like the LA wildfires, right? These charity scams pop up. Veteran scams, like you said. Look, before donating money to any kind of organization, look into it and then at least see if they're legit. See if what other people have to say about them, because there's so many different charity scams. And look, if you want to donate to breast cancer, there's plenty of organizations that are legit out there, right? And if somebody's calling you claiming to be an organization, you don't know if they actually are, right? They could claim to be an organization, but it's just a scammer, and you'll be thinking that you're donating to a real well-known breast cancer organization, right? And the scammer's just lying to you. So if you want to donate to a charity or an organization, do it directly. First of all, if you know an organization you want to donate to, do it directly. Even if somebody calls you up wanting donations for that organization, tell them, I appreciate the call, but no thanks. And then if you want to donate, go directly, to a website and donate. But it's a matter of just trusting the unsolicited call. You can't trust the unsolicited call that they're actually from that donation or from that nonprofit or from that organization, right? And these charity scams, there's a lot of different ones, ranging from you'll walk out of a store and someone will come up to you. I read about one a few weeks ago on the news. Someone was coming out of the grocery store, and someone walked up to him and said that their brother had been in a car accident and they're collecting donations. And the person offered them cash, but they said, "Oh, we're only doing digital." And what they did is they had them. They showed them the phone, and it was an app, right? And they said, okay, how much do you want to donate, right? And it said $10 or whatever, and they swipe the card, but the scammer puts in like $1,400, and the victim doesn't realize it. So these types of donation scams are happening, like even just in front of local stores, right? With those scanning your card and things like that. The phone calls, right? The impersonation scams where they claim to be from charities. The best advice I could give you is if you know you want to donate to a good cause, reach out to an organization you know is legit. Reach out directly to an organization you know is legit. You can't really trust the unsolicited phone calls. I kind of rambled a little bit, but I think that answers your question, CJ Webb. You know. Oh, I get the calls to donate to the local sheriff's department and state troop. Oh, Dave, that's an interesting one. The PBA card, was it the PBA? Not PBA card, the benefit. Yeah, maybe it was the Police Benefit Association or something like that. But there's actually a documentary about that. It's either on Prime or Max, but there's a documentary on that where they call you up, they ask you to donate to the police, and they'll send you a sticker or whatever. But the police only get some like 10% of that. It's actually the place that's calling. They take like 90% of the donations, and it's all just kind of a big scam. A lot of times they'll claim to be actual police officers, but they're not. But yeah, there's an interesting documentary about that one. I wish I could remember what it was called. But yeah, it was the Police Benefit Association or whatever, and they send you a sticker if you donate, and yeah. But anyway, let's keep on going through these recent scams reported. Right off the bat, we had a few reported that we already covered on the live stream, so that's cool. We know we're on the right track. Right, unsolicited text message about a job opportunity. We don't really cover that on the live stream, but it is worth mentioning. Look, a real job opportunity, you're not going to just get randomly through a text message. It's very unlikely that's a real job opportunity. We know that that's how scammers target people with job opportunities. It'll be a random text message, usually telling you to contact them on WhatsApp, which is one of the red flags we discussed, right? When you start looking into the dark stuff going on with this scams, there's actually a lot of human trafficking, and some of these scammers are being held against their will and forced to scam people all day. There's some dark things going on with some of these scams, and some of these people that ended up into forced labor, they actually were responding to something they thought was a job opportunity, an out-of-country job opportunity, and over in like Bangkok or something like that, and they travel over there, but then they end up actually being trafficked and forced into scamming people. It's pretty dark. So this scam stuff, there's a lot of dark stuff happening. There's like big criminal organizations, terrible people, involved in this stuff. You look deep enough, you start reading about compounds surrounded by guards and people being trafficked there and forced to make scam phone calls all day. They say a lot of those pig butchering scams are actually done by people that are being forced to do this. Over in Myanmar. I think in Myanmar is where scam compounds are. Crazy stuff, though. Next one, gift card scams. We just talked about gift card scams. Received email notice, your order has shipped. Apple gift cards purchased $4.85 for cancellation. That's actually a fake order scam. That's an example of a fake order scam. So this person received an email claiming they purchased gift cards and then saying to call this number to dispute. And that's an example of a fake order scam. You'll think that you're calling to dispute an order, but you're actually calling a scammer. Here's a caller knew my name and asked if I had received my Medicare card in the mail. Said there were errors in the cards and needed to. I'm going to look at this one more because I actually want to read the narrative. This is an example of a Medicare scam, which we don't really cover too much on this live stream, but I do cover it on a separate talk to seniors specifically. But Medicare scams are huge right now, and a lot of people are receiving unsolicited phone calls trying to get their Medicare numbers. And in this case, they're claiming, let's see, caller knew my name and asked if I had received my Medicare card in the mail. Said there were errors on the cards and needed me to supply them with my Medicare number to verify. And that's a scam. You should never give your Medicare number out to unsolicited phone call. I declined to give them my Medicare number. The caller was very insistent. I did not give them a Medicare number. They said they were for Medicare. Yeah, so that's important to be aware of. These Medicare scammers, they want to get your Medicare number so they could file false claims for equipment and get reimbursed for it. Things that you don't need, that you might not even receive. You might even know that they're putting these claims in. So they'll be putting these claims for equipment behind the scenes. You don't realize it. They're getting equipment and reselling it, and be all sorts of crazy stuff going on with these Medicare scams. But the main thing to remember is not to give your Medicare number out to people. Any unsolicited phone call claiming they need your Medicare card, you got to pause. You got to ask them where they're calling from. You got to hang up and confirm what's going on. Call Medicare directly if they're claiming that they're from Medicare. Call Medicare directly. If they're claiming to be from your doctor's office, scammers are calling victims up. They're claiming to be from their doctor's office. They're showing the doctor's phone number on caller ID, right? So even if you get a phone call claiming to be from your doctor's office, asking for your Medicare number, it's okay to tell them you'll call them back. Any legit doctor's office should have no problem with that. They're aware of these scams. They're dealing with these scams all day long. They should have, they will be impressed with you if you say, hey, let me call you back. And then you call your doctor's office directly. Right? And most of the time they're going to say that wasn't us. So be aware. These Medicare, they're big right now. Don't ever give your Medicare info out. Make sure, look, and then those with older relatives, the older folks on Medicare, right? Look, our parents, our grandparents, even if you're young and you're like, what do I got? I don't have Medicare. Your grandparents, or the older folks and people that you know might, right? So spread awareness about this scam because they are being targeted. It's an example about the older folks being targeted by these scammers. Medicare scams. Never give out the Medicare card number. So let's check out the second page here. We'll wrap it up after a second. We'll see what the next 5 reported are, and then we'll get this live stream wrapped up. But last chance to hit that like button. Last chance to say hi in the chat. Let us know you're watching. We're going to keep going here for a few more minutes, and then we'll wrap it up. But make sure to subscribe, like, join our free mailing list on scamaware101.com. And make sure to follow us on your favorite social media. We're just trying to spread awareness about scams. We do this live stream every week. The next scam being reported, gift card scams and fraud. I've been asked to pay fees to get a lump sum that I supposedly won as a grant. So that's a similar example of the scams we were just talking about. I think Dave mentioned earlier, they ask you to pay fees for a gift card, right? But then you never get the gift card. The inheritance scam. They ask you to pay fees before receiving inheritance, but then you never get the inheritance. And the example we're seeing reported here is they're saying that it's a grant. This person was entitled to a grant, but they're asking them to pay fees. And this poor person, they have scammed me for over $53,000. Wow, right? $53,000 because they thought they were getting a grant and had to pay, and were tricked into paying the fees. And it wasn't real. So that's a rough one. And that's an example of why awareness is so important. You need to be able to recognize these scams, and you have to pause and verify, because once the money's gone, it's gone. You have to be aware, or at least alert, and because it's too late for this person. But yeah, so you got scammed at $53,000 from a fake grant. I received a phone call from. So let's talk about this. So it's almost like the red flags. Anybody's trying to get you to pay fees, or taxes before providing anything to you, that's a big red flag. I received a phone call from someone stating they were from Chase Bank. I was asked if approved transfer for my Zelle. Oh, okay, this is a good example. So this is going to be a bank impersonation scam, but it looks like they included some details about it. So let's see. Maybe they gave us some additional details that are useful here. I think it would be a good example of a bank impersonation scam, which we covered earlier, but it's always good to see what people are reporting. That's why I like to wrap up these live streams by checking some of the recent reports here. So this person says, I received a phone call from someone stating they were from Chase Bank. I was asked if I approved a transfer from my Zelle account. I said no, and they stated they would transfer the call to another representative from Chase to help me. They started to instruct me They started to instruct me to remove the name. Not sure what that means. I became suspicious and hung up the phone and called Chase. Chase confirmed it was not them. When I checked my account, $2,400 was removed. Ooh, so she must have let that. I wish this person gave more details, because obviously it got to the point where they took the money. My Zelle account was closed by Chase, and I changed the username and passwords for all my accounts. They started to instruct me to remove the name. I don't know what they're talking about there, unfortunately. But Zelle in general is a red flag, though. The next red flag video that I do is actually going to, when Zelle is mentioned, that's going to be a red flag. Because we know scammers, they do prefer Zelle payments too. And we know the banks won't do much for you. If you're scammed out of transferring money through Zelle, the banks won't help you. There's been quite a few horror stories about people losing money through Zelle. And in this person's case, they lost $2,400. So if someone calls you impersonating the bank, mentioning Zelle, that's a red flag. Your bank is never going to ask you to transfer money with Zelle. And again, anybody who calls is going to be your bank. Again, you got to hang up and call your bank directly. Even if the caller ID shows the bank's phone number. Take a look. What are the last two reports here? Scams, ask for money to not leak your images and phone number. Okay, so that's one of these extortion scams. I see them sometimes in emails too. They'll claim that they have webcam footage of you, or they have your browsing history, or they have embarrassing photos of you, or then they try to extort you into paying not to release it. But really, it's just an email that they send out to thousands and thousands of people, and they figure some people will fall for it. Don't give in to extortion. Government imposter scam. All right, this is a good one to wrap up on. I received a text warning about unpaid traffic tickets. The link to automatically pay is not a government website. Yeah, so unpaid traffic tickets, unpaid road toll tickets probably too. This is probably actually unpaid tolls more likely. But yeah, that's a good example to wrap this up on, because we know those unpaid road tolls are unpaid tickets. We know those scams are going around. They've been picking up more and more. Scammers using AI. One of the earlier scams we covered on our live stream today was the unpaid road toll scam. When you get those text messages claiming you owe a road toll. Also important to be aware of that one too, with the 4th of July weekend coming up soon. People are going to be traveling for the holidays. So the scammers are probably going to ramp up their road toll scam text messages. So be aware of the unpaid road toll scams. Extremely common. I'm sure we would see that mentioned many more times if we were continuing looking at the reports here. But anyway, I think it's a good time to get the live stream wrapped up. Again, what we just did was we just checked out some of the recent reports on the ARP scam tracking map, just to see what people are reporting, and a bunch of them we covered on this live stream. There were a few others that were good that we mentioned and covered after seeing the reports here, and that's why we do it. All right. And with that, we're going to get this live stream wrapped up. So again, my name is Jared. I'm with Scamware 101. Our goal here is to spread awareness about common scams. And if you haven't yet, you could help us spread awareness by clicking that like button, subscribing, sharing our videos. You can follow us on all your favorite social media. We're on Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky. We need to get our Facebook followers up. So again, if you're on Facebook, if you haven't followed us yet, please go to facebook.com/scamaware101 and hit that follow button. We're trying to get this live stream on there, and we need a few more followers before Facebook will let us. Be sure to join our free mailing list. If you do anything, join the free mailing list. It's our way of being able to reach out to you, letting you know when we're going to go live, letting you know when we put new videos up. We won't abuse the privilege. You could unsubscribe at any time, but it's scamware101.com. Click join mailing list. Make sure to check your junk mail folder. The confirmation email usually gets sent there. Got to click a link to confirm. We don't want any scammers signing you up, right? So we send you a link to confirm. But yeah, scamware101.com. Join mailing list. And look, well, I appreciate you. We got a couple thanks today. Thank you so much, CJ, for the super thanks. Appreciate that. And Dave, thank you for the support, buying that coffee mug from our YouTube store, and the super thanks last week. That's awesome. It definitely helps. And we're going to keep doing this. So we'll be back on here next week, our weekly live stream. And make sure to follow us on Facebook. You get to RSVP to the event. But we'll be here again next week, Thursday, 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And hey, until next week, stay safe. Watch out for the scams. And be safe out there. All right, everybody. Thanks again for watching, and we'll talk to you soon.